Hello, everyone. Hopefully you guys are having a good week, a good Friday today, the end of the week. Getting ready for a good weekend, I hope. Hello, Scar. Good seeing you over there on Twitch. I got a complete terraformation on Selenia. Oh, nice. Oh, in Planet Crafter. And now he's back on Prime because I want to see how far I can get and how fast. Heck yeah, that's the way to do it, man. That is the way to do it. Get in there and play. I assume you're playing on Xbox, Scar. Now that Planet Crafter is on consoles, that's freaking awesome. And hello, everyone in the chat. Rosa, good seeing you. Did I see Eva? I think I did see Eva. Hello. Good seeing you as well, Eva. Red Dragon. Commander Sonak. Hopefully you guys are having a good week. I'm having a good week. Still waiting on that No Man's Sky update, the Cosmos update. However, it feels like they're leaking everything about Grand Theft Auto, so there's that, I guess, if you're interested or maybe not interested in Grand Theft Auto, depending. Like, I'm sure some people don't want spoilers for the game, and there is a ton out there. It is crazy the amount of info and stuff they got. Like, in my like very naive opinion, I guess, I thought that Rockstar and Take-Two would have everything like under lock and key until like the final month, until like probably around the end of October and maybe November. I thought that was when we'd see all the leaks. Everything would kind of be like leaking out right before release, not 3 months ahead of time. Like, this is outrageous, the amount of stuff we're seeing. It's crazy. But today we are playing No Man's Sky on stream. We are playing the Fugitive Run, and this, if you guys, I think I saw someone earlier mention it. This is the Outer Worlds main theme, and I don't know. I'm just feeling nostalgic. I want to play some like good RPGs, and I remember the original Outer Worlds being really good. Second one was good, just performance was kind of like, they needed to optimize that thing a little bit better. But let's get in here and let's start doing some of our Fugitive Run. So we're not doing, let's see, I want to try this. Controller setting. Let's see, does that work? Nope, I forgot to turn on my controller before I started the game up. So now I need to quit the desktop, because on PC, for whatever reason, even with the Steam controller, if the controller is not active, like Steam does not know you're using a controller, No Man's Sky will not register it. Even if you turn it on and you start messing with it, it will not do it. But watch now. Now I bet you it works. You just got to quit out, make sure that Steam recognizes you have a controller first, and then get in here and let's see. Yep, works just fine now. I don't know what it is. It's a weird thing in the game, but it is what it is. Let's get in here. So in the last stream, we were looking for, we need one more grave, or if we could find a solar ship, we're allowed to go into a outlaw space station. So we need to find a solar ship or a grave. Either one doesn't really matter. If we find a grave, that means we only need one more glyph and we can go to the center of the galaxy. We still need a sentinel ship. I think I already got one. Yeah, I got one last week, right? Yep, I got one last week. So we have our sentinel ship to go through the center. So if you guys don't know, over on YouTube, if you're on YouTube, down below in the description, there is a big set of rules on what I'm playing with. However, you can adjust those and modify those however you want. Those are the rules that I am using. And so part of those rules are, in order to go into an outlaw space station, you need a solar ship. In order to go into or go through the center of the galaxy, you need a sentinel ship. So I have the Sentinel. We've been looking for a freaking solar ship forever, and I just can't find it. So I have my cool Sentinel ship here. We had a trashy one before, but now we have a pretty cool looking one. I like it. It's full. Like, we need to get, if we're going to do something, we have to go to the space station because we have so much stuff to sell.
Incoming storm.
Anyway, that's the plan. Either find a grave or find a freaking solar ship. So hopefully we can do both. That way we get it done, and then they can. Maybe Sean Murray is waiting for the Fugitive Run to be completed before he pushes out the update. So we need to finish the Fugitive Run. We got to get that done. Jason, do you buy a lot of game soundtracks on Steam? Not a lot, but I do buy a lot. Well, I shouldn't say a lot. I do buy some. So, number one, not every game puts their soundtrack out on Steam. Like, there's some games that if you buy, like, the deluxe edition, they will give you the soundtrack as well. But not every game does. Not every game does. So for some games, I have to go find the soundtrack somewhere. So it might not be on Steam. It might be on either SoundCloud or something like that. You might have to go get it somewhere else. On what is that streaming service? What is the Spotify or something like that? So it just depends. Like, go to YouTube. Like, they have YouTube Music. Depending on whatever platform they decide to put it on, that's where I'll grab it from. But yeah. So that's where I usually... But I like there's a lot of cool game soundtracks. For me, I like a majority of them because they don't have any vocals. So I can just bring it up behind me. The biggest thing, like when I was in radio, was finding music that had no vocals or very low vocals that I could strip out. That way, I'm not competing with vocals. I can have it on behind me and it sounds pretty good. The other big thing, at least for YouTube, is with game soundtracks especially, usually they're copyright free because if you're playing the game, the music will come up in the game and they don't want you to get copyright hit when you're playing the game. And so 90% of the time, every once in a while, especially Nintendo, they're very notorious for doing a lot of legal stuff. And then like you play a game like Grand Theft Auto, they have licensed music throughout that whole thing because that's like part of the game. You're listening to radio stations and stuff. So that is going to be the exception, not the rule. Like most video game soundtracks are either unique or they're self-published by the developer, so it's okay and you can use that. Not all of them, again, not all of them. So it just depends. Where are we going to go? We need to find, if we're going to find a solar ship, we need to find a dead planet, and honestly, we need to find a dead planet in a pirate system. I don't even know if we're in a pirate system or not. Are we? We're in a dissonant... Oh, it's a dissonant pirate system. So that is technically true. Is there a dead planet in this system? That's the big question. Unknown. That has clouds, so it's not dead. It's a lava planet. So usually a dead planet will not have any kind of an atmosphere, which means no clouds. So if you see clouds on a planet, it's not dead. That's the one we've done. That one's obviously not a dead one. So there's no dead planets in this system, it doesn't look like. That's obviously not dead. That looks like a frozen planet to me. That is a frostbound planet. All right, so not a dead one in here. So we're okay. Siberia series had great game music. Dude, there's so many awesome. Like, I love, number one, I love the game, but also the music behind Dead Space is really, really good and, like, creepy. Like, if you want that, like, creepy, like, behind, like, anything, like, important stuff, it's really, really good. It's atmospheric, I guess is a better way to say it. It's atmospheric. Same thing for The Ascent. I love the music in The Ascent. Dune Awakening, the game's coming out on consoles this month, or September. Dune Awakening has a really good, like, synth kind of music. Same thing for The Ascent. God, what else? What else has good music? I mean, most things have good music, honestly. What happened to my job? I can't wait. That doesn't sound right. What? What? What is a good way to make nanites from Oliver Rupert? So, the easiest way to make nanites would be going to an abandoned building, picking up the larval core, the eggs that are at abandoned buildings, because you can refine those into 500 nanites each. It's very, very easy. You can do it right from the beginning of the game. Like, from a fresh save, brand new save, you can do that very easy. However, for me, the fastest way, the more productive way, is literally hunting down sentinels, because every sentinel, well, every drone will drop a barrel, and that barrel can have the salvage glass in it. And that salvage glass has a high chance of dropping a sentinel upgrade. Therefore, if you sell off all those sentinel upgrades, they are like 400, 500 units of, or nanites a piece. So depending on how well equipped you are, like if you have good upgrades for your weapon, you have good shields and stuff on your character, no problem. You can farm those up really easy. However, if you want to do something very simple and something you can do from the beginning, the larval core is at the eggs at the abandoned buildings. When you crack them open, they give you a larval core. Those are very simple and very easy way to do it from the start. And you get a lot of nanites that way. You get a really good amount. So let's go. I can show you what I mean. You can go find a, you know what, if we go to a moon, it'll be way easier. Because moons are very small, so all the buildings are close together. Let's go down here. Let me show you what I mean. So I got room. But yeah, that would be my recommendations anyway. Larval cores from abandoned buildings at first. If you're well equipped and you're good to go, like you have good upgrades on your weapon and you have good upgrades for your shields and stuff on your character, then go ham attacking sentinels. Because you will get a lot of upgrades and you can just sell those upgrades. And you sell those upgrades, you make a good amount of money. Or a good amount of nanites. So, nope. I'm trying to find a abandoned building. You can find them at dead planets, but there's no dead planets in this system, so we're gonna have to just find a legit abandoned building on my own. There's a tower, and we are in a fugitive run, so I can't go to a normal building anyway. I'm allowed to go into an abandoned building. I just can't go into a normal building, and we don't even need to go inside of it. Just crack the eggs on the outside, and you're good to go. But this is the hard part. You got to find them. I'm trying to see if there's any buildings around. There's a building that they marked over there. You know what? We could just do this. Make sure all my stuff is filled up. Good, good, good. Let me just do this. So no buildings anywhere. But you know what? We can kind of run it a little bit. We are on a moon, so everything is closer together. Hopefully it means it's easier to find. Make sure I can call in my ship before I go too crazy. Yes, I can. All right, let's go. When is the update? Husseinala or Hussie Nala? Hussie Nala? Is that what your name is? Maybe not. I might be wrong on that. We don't know. We never know ahead of time. Our guess is on the 26th. At least that's my guess. And then Duana99. Duena 99. Thank you so much for subbing over on Twitch. I appreciate that. 07 to Duena. I appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. But yeah, so we don't know. My guess is August 26th. So the guess we have is not just a random pull out of the sky thing. We guess based on previous updates. We know that a majority of updates come out on Wednesday. So we try to guess whatever Wednesday is up next. The other thing we look for is if Sean Murray puts out a single emoji just by itself, not an emoji with a screenshot or anything like that. The only thing in his tweet is just the emoji and that's it. If he does that, that means the update's coming very soon. If the game goes on sale on the Xbox platform, PlayStation, PC, when it goes on sale, there's a high likelihood of a update coming as well. And then the amount of time since the previous update. So, if we just got an update last week, we're probably not going to get an update next week or whatever. It's not going to be like update, update, update. They like to space them out every 2 months. And so that's generally what we use. Has it been 2 months? Has Sean Murray tweeted an emoji? Has the game gone on sale? And Wednesday. Is there a Wednesday coming up? So all of those line up, at least in my mind, for August 26th. I think that we're probably going to see it, and that is this following Wednesday. That's in less than a week. So if that is going to happen, we will probably see an emoji from Sean Murray on Saturday or Sunday. He'll just tweet out a random emoji, whatever it is. We know it's going to be Cosmos related. We just don't know what that is. It could just be a star or a universe or something like that. I don't know. But I think we get an emoji from Sean Murray, and then the games will start going on sale like Monday or Tuesday. That is my guess. We start seeing them go on sale Monday or Tuesday. But all of that being said, they don't have to do a dang thing. They could put out the update tomorrow, and we would never know because they never tell us ahead of time. They never announce it. They never give us a roadmap. They don't do any of that stuff. So we have no idea. It's not official, not 100% certain. We just kind of guess. We do an educated guess, but it's still a guess on when we're going to see it and how we're going to see it. But yeah, they could put it out tomorrow. They could put it out on Monday if they wanted to, whatever they want to do. So we don't know for sure. I don't see a grave. Do you guys see a grave? Nope, nothing yet. All right. Wastley Wabbit says, I could be wrong about this, but there's usually a Wednesday coming up. Usually. So there have been a couple of instances where they put out the update on a day that is different than Wednesday. So notoriously, they put out the 4.0 update, which would have been 2022, I think. 2022 or 2023, I think. They put the big overhaul for the Nintendo Switch. They put that one out on a Friday. I have a feeling that was more to do with Nintendo. They had to release the game on a Friday. They couldn't do it on a Wednesday. So I think that was a special case. But the game came out for Nintendo Switch, and it also had an update. So for the rest of us, it just updated our game on Friday, not on Wednesday. And so that was a weird one where it was like, what the heck is that? So it's not a guarantee. It could always be that. The other difference is next week is Gamescom. That is a big thing. So if you don't know what Gamescom is, it is a huge conference a gaming conference they hold in Cologne, Germany. Over in Germany, every year in the end of August, they hold a big gaming conference where all kinds of game developers come in and they show off their game. Usually, it is just trailers for games that we know are coming out. Like they'll put out a fresh trailer for Call of Duty and Gears of War to get people hyped up right before release. We know that Gears of War comes out in October. They'll probably put out trailers for Gears of War during Gamescom to kind of give you a deep dive or more details on the game, that kind of stuff. But a lot of developers are going to be there. Not everybody, but a lot of the developers are going to be there. And it could be, we've already seen Light No Fire. We have a trailer for Light No Fire. Do we get another trailer for Light No Fire at the game, at Gamescom? It could be. And maybe they're waiting and they're going to do something special for Hello Games, who's going to do something special at Gamescom. We don't know. Technically, that starts on Tuesday. So opening night live, the big showcase begins on Tuesday. So that is the day before a usual update day, which would be Wednesday. So is it possible? Sure. Do I think it's going to happen? I don't think so. I think the odds of that happening are like 10%. Well, I see 10, at least in my own opinion, there's a 10% chance we see something at Gamescom on opening night live, and then it leads into the update on Wednesday. So I don't think it's very high odds. I do think there's a chance. There's always a chance. I don't think it's a very good or a very high chance, though. We need we need oxygen. Of course we need oxygen. Why would we not? There we go. But yeah, so could it happen? Sure. Do I think it will? Nah. I think it's just going to be a normal update. We'll see an emoji from Sean Murray. The games will go on sale, and then we'll get an update on Wednesday. I think that's what's going to happen. Just the normal, every normal update's like a succession of things that happen. Events. But I'm hoping, in my heart, I'm hoping we watch Gamescom on Tuesday. I will be streaming that. So we watch that conference and we magically see a trailer for Light No Fire. That would be awesome. I would love that. However, I'm not holding my breath. Not holding my breath. I think we need technology, don't we? All right. Yeah, so that's the only thing I can think of being like a, not quite an asterisk or a bug or anything like that, but that could be the reason why they've waited. Like everyone is asking, why didn't they put an update out for the anniversary on August 9th or August 10th or whatever? I think they're waiting for something. What it is, I have no idea. It could be Gamescom. It could be just they had it scheduled and they signed contracts or whatever with platforms like Nintendo and Xbox, and so they have to stick to that. And they say, hey, look, we want the update to come out on this day, and they just can't put it ahead of time. But they're in control of that, so I don't know. So I have no idea. I don't work at Hello Games, so it's all guessing. It's all me trying to piece together conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat, everything together. So we'll see. We will see. I'm hoping it's going to be a busy week next week because we have Gamescom starting on Monday. The big show is happening on Tuesday. We have the Grand Theft Auto trailer, whatever's left of it, I guess, is happening on Thursday next week. We're going to have conferences and game trailers happening all week long. So Gamescom is the full week. It goes from the 24th, which is Monday, all the way till the 30th, which is like, I think, Sunday. And so the full week next week is all Gamescom. So every day there's going to be, companies that are releasing trailers, releasing information about their game. We're going to get a ton of information next week, a ton of information. And then Thursday is going to be the massive day because Grand Theft Auto officially is going to have their first big gameplay or whatever reveal on Netflix. Now, whether it's going to matter or not, I don't know, because we have a lot of trailers. We have a lot of leaks going out of gameplay now. So, and it doesn't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon. Whoever got that, oh my God. Rockstar is hiring every hitman on the planet to go find that guy, whoever's leaking it, because good Lord, they are leaking a ton of stuff. So I think it's still going to be a massive deal next week. I think everyone who's not a hardcore gamer, who's looking at gaming news 24/7 like me or you guys, all the normal people who are working their jobs and they don't care, they haven't seen any of it. They might have heard about it like, oh yeah, they leaked the game earlier or whatever. But they're probably not paying attention to it until they get home. Maybe this weekend they might see a video clip of it or something like that if they're searching their social media. But for the most part, they're probably waiting for the big reveal on Thursday. So more than half the people are not going to know anything about it until Thursday anyway. So I still think it's going to be a big deal. It's just not as big because, at least to the hardcore gaming crowd like us, who are watching constantly everything going on with gaming and trailers and stuff, we already know about it. But there's plenty of guys who they played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas back in 2000 whatever. Then they graduated college and they had to go get a real job and they've been busy. They had a family, and so they know about it, and they might turn on their PlayStation 5 once in a while to kind of play some Madden or Call of Duty for a week out of the year. They're like, oh yeah, the new Call of Duty's out, I should probably play that. They play it for a week and then they just, they're off of it. They're going to be paying attention. They'll turn on their Netflix to watch something over the weekend next week and say, oh, I forgot the Grand Theft Auto thing is this week. So, yeah, we'll see. I think the last guy who hacked Rockstar and leaked a whole bunch of information, I think the last guy, didn't they incarcerate him in a insane asylum and everything? That guy, his life is done. So I don't know what they're gonna do to this guy, because this leak is way worse than the last guy. The last guy, if I remember right, the last hack of Rockstar, they just hacked into the Discord or the Slack, the communication app they use, and they were just copying videos that the developers were sharing. So the developers, they use Slack, I believe it was Slack, and they would say, hey, look, I'm having a problem with guns in this sequence, and they would share a 5 or 10 second clip of the game to show the problem. Hey, I'm having an issue with this feature in the game. Can you help me? And they would share a video of it for 5 or 10 seconds. Guy hacked in and he got those clips and started sharing them. That's pretty bad because now we get to see the game in development. It's not finished. It's not whatever. This guy, it seems like he's a whole nother level. It looks like, and it sounds like, he has an actual full version of the game. And he is just playing it and showing off clips of whatever version he has. We don't know if he has the release day version or if he has a build from 2025. I don't know if they've like totally verified which version he has or whatever. But it seems like he is playing the game on his own. He's not just getting clips. He can cut whatever he wants. And that's a whole big deal. Because if he has a version of the game, he can show you a lot of it. Depending on the version he has, again, if he has an older version that's not finished, quote unquote, then he won't be able to show you everything. But it seems like he has a pretty recent build, at least from like what I've seen, what I've heard. Rockstar, I've not seen anything. I would never look at leaks or anything like that. That's terrible. Terrible. Then Rockstar has an issue with their security. Yeah, that's the big surprising thing to me. Like, again, I thought Rockstar would have everything under a lock and key. Like, if you wanted to, quote unquote, play the game, you would have to sign in, put your fingerprints in. They would lock you into a room, and there was like one PC that's dedicated, that is totally disconnected from any kind of an online connection, and you can go play it there. Other than that, you're not even touching the game until like October time, maybe November. Like 2 or 3 weeks before release, that's probably when everything started to leak, because they would be sending out review copies more than likely to like IGN and stuff like that. It would be out in the open at that point. This looks like he like got it somehow, and I have no idea.
Quickly. I mean, that really
Diet
got out of hand
Elf!
fast.
Thank you for the raid over on Twitch. Very, very much appreciated. Diet Elf, you rockstar. I appreciate that. What were you playing? What were you playing, Diet Elf? The Diet. I gotta spell correctly. The Diet Elf. There you are. Heck yeah. It's Jason time. Yeah, we're just talking about the GTA 6, all the leaks and stuff going on. We can't show it because I don't want Rockstar shooting a missile at my house. You know, if anyone even looks at, well, a frame of leaked footage, Rockstar will be sending the hitman to come take you out. So I'm not even going to, nothing about that. I'll talk about it. No, we're not playing or showing any of that. Rockstar will kill me. We were simply chatting. Nice. That's pretty awesome. Just doing some, just chatting. We usually do a chat lore talks kind of thing on Friday. That's freaking awesome. That's kind of what we do here. I play No Man's Sky, but ranting, doing old man rants on Friday. So, absolutely. I don't think I did that right. Dang it. Oh, well. We're not looking for that anyway, but I was hoping maybe I can get a cool multi-tool. We're looking for either an abandoned building or a grave. The army enlistment deal is very troubling. I'm not convinced that GTA 6 will be as good as they claim it's going to be. I think it will be. So everyone is amping it up, and it's going to be a huge, it's not going to be a gaming event. It's going to be a freaking, like, a pop culture event. Like, I honestly, truly believe that when the day that Grand Theft Auto releases, the internet is probably going to go down in certain parts depending on where you are. Online stores, the Xbox store, the PlayStation store are going to go down. They're going to crash because of that many people trying to play the game. There's going to be internet providers that will lose service and go down because all of a sudden everyone on the planet is going to log in all at the same time to play some Grand Theft Auto. So I think it is going to be a huge event. Now, whether everyone wants to or not, that doesn't, like, we all might not be excited for it, but there's, 7 billion people on the planet? I wouldn't be surprised if a quarter of that, we get maybe 1 billion people interested in Grand Theft Auto. And that is saying something. Like, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely insane. So that's a trading outpost. We don't want to do that. But yeah, so I think that, like, we're going to have power outages because people are going to be at home turning on, like, everything they have to make sure they're playing it. They're going to be streaming it. Online streaming services are going to be, like, stretched thin. People are going to crash YouTube and Twitch because there's going to be that many people trying to either watch it or stream it or both. Like, how many people are going to just start streaming it because they're going to think they're going to get big from Grand Theft Auto? There's going to be like 1 billion 15-year-olds who are going to be streaming Grand Theft Auto from their PS5 console, trying to make it big because it's Grand Theft Auto, that kind of stuff. It's going to be insane. Even with all this leak and everything going on right now, it's still going to be crazy. I don't think you can stop that train. Whether the game is good, I think it'll be on par with Red Dead Redemption 2. It'll be that kind of a level. It's you know, Rockstar. They have it there. It's going to be disappointing for some people because they're going to think, oh, I thought it was going to be life-changing. It was going to have, like, real-life graphics. It'll be like The Matrix where I plug in and play the game and I can lose myself. So there's going to be people who are disappointed. And then there's other people who are going to be like, this is amazing. I haven't played a game since San Andreas. This looks eye-bleedingly good. So, but yeah, I don't know. Everyone will need to stock up on toilet paper. Dude, you joke, but man, I have a feeling, like, I think someone mentioned it earlier, that they're literally at least one section, and I don't remember what branch it was, for the military to re-enlist for a couple of years. They're, as an incentive. Usually it's, hey, look, we'll give you a sign-on bonus of this much money or whatever. As part of that, to re-enlist into the military, they say, oh yeah, we're going to give you like 4 days off so you can play some Grand Theft Auto without, you know, us bothering you or whatever. That's ridiculous. So dude, it's going to be another level. People the week before are going to be buying all the toilet paper. All of the frozen pizzas are going to be gone. People are going to be microwaving pizza so they can play Grand Theft Auto. All the Mountain Dew will be gone. They're going to sell out of all the gamer food, if you want to call it that. And it's going to just be like, what the hell? What are we doing here? And then people are going to be upset on social media complaining because they went to download Grand Theft Auto and the PlayStation Store crashed. PlayStation Network is down right now. Why is it? Oh, because 10 billion people wanted to try to download Grand Theft Auto at the same time, and it just crashed every server ever. So yeah, that's the trailer for that is next week, along with Gamescom, and I think we're going to see a lot of cool games, not get announced, but at least show some gameplay. Like we already know about some games, and we haven't had gameplay yet. I have a feeling that next week we're going to see actual trailers of games that we've only seen a little tiny bit of. For instance, we'll probably see something on Lords of the Fallen. As of right now, I don't think we've seen gameplay of Lords of the Fallen 2. But I think they probably have another trailer minimum, maybe some gameplay next week. Things like that. We'll see a lot more of some games that maybe got announced and we haven't really seen anything for yet. We'll probably see some stuff. And we'll see some more. Like, I think that they're planning on showing more Fable next week. So we've already seen a lot of gameplay and a lot of trailers for Fable, but I think they're showing more of it next week. Gears of War E-Day, they're going to show that off next week. So, yeah, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of cool game trailers and gameplay for cool games next week. In addition to Grand Theft Auto 6 on Thursday. I'm hoping one of those games is Light No Fire. I really do. I'm hoping that on Tuesday we see a trailer or some kind of a something about Light No Fire. But I'm putting that at like 10%. Chance. Could it happen? Yes, it could happen. Do I think it will? No, I don't think it will. I'm hoping to be wrong, though. I want to be wrong. I would love to be wrong. Oh my god, we have so much ferrite dust. My goodness. I still haven't seen a grave yet. We haven't even seen a freaking abandoned building. You know what? This is what we'll do. Let's go and try to find either a dead planet or a lifeless or airless planet or whatever. That'll be easier to find some stuff on. So there's nothing here in this system. Let's go. Maker of Melange says, I've never been into any GTA game. Red Dead Redemption 2, though, absolutely amazing. GTA games, not so much. I have a feeling... Maker, you might change your mind on Grand Theft Auto 6. So, I've only seen bits and pieces, maybe, possibly, theoretically, of the leaks, and the gameplay reminds me more of Red Dead Redemption versus Grand Theft Auto. So if you go back and play like GTA 5, Grand Theft Auto 4, it's very much fast-paced, just chaos. They want you to load up with rocket launchers and shoot everything and everyone around you. That's what they want in Grand Theft Auto. Red Dead Redemption was more slower-paced, more reality-oriented, more story-driven. From the little snippets we've gotten of Grand Theft Auto 6, it looks like they're more leaning towards that Red Dead Redemption formula.
9814 has become a traveler. Hi there, Jason. How are you? Hi, 4.
Hi, 4! Heck yeah, and Procrastinator, thank you for being a member for 31 months. That is freaking awesome over on YouTube. Very, very much appreciated. Oh, 7. But yeah, so at least the little snippets we've gotten so far. Who knows? Maybe it's still totally different. But it looked more slow-paced, meaning the combat is slower, the gunplay is slower than a traditional Grand Theft Auto. And so, at least to my eyes, it looks like it's more in line with what Red Dead Redemption was doing, like Red Dead 2 specifically, versus like a Grand Theft Auto 5 or a San Andreas or whatever. It looks like that's where they kind of went with it. It still has the modern aspect of it. You're still driving a car. You're in a big city and things like that. But like the combat we've seen, the shooting and everything was more slow versus like GTA 5. Going back and playing GTA 5, I was like, dang, that's a lot faster. It's a lot more chaotic. And so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is going to be a chaos simulator, get a rocket launcher, go up on a building and just shoot the cops for an hour and a half. I don't know. But it feels like they are pulling that back, at least for the single player. We haven't seen anything for multiplayer. So maybe they're separating it out. Like Grand Theft Auto 6 story mode is going to be Red Dead Redemption. Grand Theft 6 Auto Online is going to be chaos, everything nuts. Maybe that's what they want to do. I don't know. That's a moon. Give me the moon. Here we go. Toxic. Yeah. So we'll see more. We'll see more on Thursday. I have a feeling they're going to be showing off a lot of professionally recorded stuff on Thursday when they do their whole deep dive or whatever they do on Netflix. So hopefully we get more details. Like right now, with all the game leaking, we just see the gameplay. There's no explanation for what's going on. There's no storyline or anything as far as I can tell, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they already put that out there. There's none of that detail. It's just raw gameplay of what does the game look like when it's being played. We don't know, like, the details on how systems work. We don't know, like, there's rumors that they are going to be limiting your inventory, like traditionally in Grand Theft Auto. You've had, like, every weapon you can get is just on you. Just magically pull a rocket launcher out of your butt and you're good to go. The rumor is in Grand Theft Auto 6, you're only allowed to carry 2 weapons at a time. And if you want to change them, you have to go to your car and you use your car as like a vault. Again, that's a rumor. That's speculation, I guess. We don't know. They've officially never said anything about that yet. So that might be the case, and if that's true, that's more like Red Dead Redemption, where you had to go to your horse and change out your weapons, things like that. So we don't know. We have no idea. Do I not have any pirate systems around here? That's what we're looking for. A pirate dissident system would be ideal, but those are very, like, we've ran into a few of those, but not any with dead planets. And that's the other thing. There's so many things we're trying to do at the same time that I don't think we're going to be able to get them all to line up perfectly. Like, seriously, no pirate systems. Why don't you travel with a freighter and a scanner? I cannot have a freighter in a fugitive run. I'm a fugitive on the run. If you get a freighter, you have to register it, and the authorities know who you are.
At
so,
the Procrastinator 9814 has just donated $1.99 through Super Chat. I had my right pinky amputated, so high 4.
High 4 back to you, Procrastinator. I did not know that. Well, that sucks. Hopefully, I mean, it seems like you're in a good mood about it. Hopefully, that is like the limitation on like what they have to do, because usually pinky amputated. What did you do? Procrastinator. Or what happened to you, I should say. I know for me, it's what did you do? Because I'd be doing something dumb. I would have slammed my hand in a door or something like that. But what the heck? Amputate the pinky, especially. I don't know. Like, could I work without a pinky? Probably. It just feels kind of weird. But 07, Procrastinator, I appreciate you. And yeah, hopefully that is the limit to what they have to do to get you healthy and ready to go, buddy. Because, yeah, losing a pinky is not great. Not ideal, anyway. Bit off by an alligator? Maybe he's a crazy Florida man down there. His pinky taken by an alligator? That feels like that sounds like it would hurt a lot. He's a Yakuza. No, he's an no. The assassins didn't have to take the pinky. They took the ring finger, right? For the assassins, the original assassins anyway, like Ezio. Ezio had to have his pinky or not pinky, his ring finger taken off for the hidden blade to go through, I think. So it wasn't pinky for them. Again, there's no airless planets in here. You know what? We have to find something. Come on. Airless, with also it being a pirate system. Death Clock, thank you for resubscribing over there on Twitch. I appreciate that. 07. Let's see. Did you say anything, Procrastinator? Let me see. Did it tell me? Really? It doesn't tell me. I need to actually go back in here and find it, Procrastinator. There you are. Let me see all your chats. So I might have missed it. There we go. Channel activity. I can see everything you've said so far. Held for review. 1-inch spade bill and a power. Ooh! Ouch! That does not sound great. That does not sound great. A 1-inch spade and a power drill? That sounds like a Jason. That sounds like a Jason thing to do. My goodness, dude. So I've never taken a limb off, but I've gotten close. Like you use a power saw or, a drill and you're, holding it like this and you're like, or I'm holding it like this trying to drill through and it's like, yeah, it's going to go through your palm, you dummy. What are you doing? So yeah, a 1-inch spade and a power drill. Oh, dude, that does not sound like a fun weekend, buddy. Does not sound like a fun weekend at all. Yikes indeed, Eva. Yikes. that sounds painful. Like as I've gotten older, like 50 years ago, 100 years ago, Jason, I would have just jumped off something and said, I'll walk it off. As an old man, if I sleep with my arm like this all night, I wake up and my shoulder hurts all day long. Like, if I sleep in the wrong position, if my neck is too far to the right, and I wake up in the morning, I'm like, okay, this is going to hurt all day, isn't it? Yep. And my neck is just sore all day long just for sleeping wrong. So, dude, I'm a wuss now. I've been babied. Been too far out of it. Back when I was working, doing, physical labor, like when I worked at Walmart. Dude, I worked with a guy at Walmart. We worked overnights. This guy, Felix. Old sailor.
Beeblebum has become
Insane.
a traveler.
Beeblebum?
Getting too old for this SH. Embarrassed smiley face emoji.
Definitely too old for this, Beeblebum. Ed, good seeing you around, Beeblebum. 07 for being a member for 54 months and being in the chat. I appreciate that, dude. But yeah, when I worked at Walmart, I worked with this old guy, Felix, and this was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And so he was old 30 years ago. He was an old retired sailor. And we would get through, we worked the overnight shift. There was a night where we would do a PDQ, which is basically a product display. And it was always in a box. So you had to use your box cutter to cut it open to display whatever's in there. And he was holding the box. He used his box cutter, which is a razor blade that's about 1 inch long. And he cut right into his palm and he cut across his palm. He just cut all the way across it. And I freaked out. I was like, oh, dude, because he went in. He didn't just tap himself. He went in and drug it. And I was like, oh, it looked so bad. You saw the inside of the hand. It was gross. And so he goes, hey, dude, you come over here and finish off my stuff, my palette. And I was like, okay. what's going on? And he's like, oh, I cut myself. And I come around the corner, and he's holding his hand like this. He has his hand in a fist, and he has his other hand covering it. And I'm like, did you get yourself good? Do we need to like call a ambulance or something like that? He's like, nah, I'm fine. He opens it up to show me, and there's this huge slice. And I'm like, oh, God, blood pouring out. You can see the innards of him. It was like, okay, no, we need to call an ambulance, dude. I think you're good. He's like, no, I'm good. Closes it back, puts his hand over it so the blood stops pouring out of him. He walks to the back room. He gets duct tape, and he duct tapes his hand closed. He just takes a whole roll, and he just wraps it around and around his hand. And he comes back, and I'm like, dude, are you serious? And he's like, yeah, it doesn't hurt. It's fine. I'm like, number one, how does that not hurt? But number two, your hand is like cut open. Like it's not just a little tiny gash. It's like a 3-inch whole tear, dude. What are you doing? And he's like, nah, I'm good. And it took a couple hours. And finally, one of our managers came over and he said, no, Felix, you're going to the hospital, dude. You're going to need stitches. If that thing gets infected, we're going to get in trouble. No, you're going to the hospital. And they had to force him to go. This dude was just on another level. Like, he didn't give a crap. And so I'm not there. Not even close. If I smash my hand with a hammer, I will be pissed. This dude was slicing himself up. Anyway, but yeah, it's like, that's a whole different thing. Like, I'm too old for that. And this guy was old. He was built different. I was like, dude, no way in hell am I going to be doing that. I sliced my hand open with a box cutter with a razor blade. I'm going to the hospital. I'm not even going to try it. Absolutely not. Just crazy. So, yeah, I'm not on that level. And as I get older, I feel like I'm getting weaker and weaker. Like 30 years ago, if I would have cut myself open like the same way, I would have gone to the hospital, but I would have been quote unquote tough. I would have been like, it's fine. And I would have tried to tough it out. Now, I'm not dealing with that. I am too old to be dealing with that crap. No, sir. I am not, man. No way, no how. My old bones are creaking. Not handling that. Youngins these days, you just go to doctors and duct tape and keep it going. That's what he was. I mean, I think he said he went to the back room and he rinsed it out in the sink to make sure there was no dirt in there. And I'm like, that's not how that works. You probably need hydrogen peroxide, iodine, something to sanitize. No. Just run it under the sink with some water and then duct tape it. It's fine. It's okay, dude. Wow. That was crazy. And he did that all the time. There'd be times where he would cut things, or we were supposed to wear steel-toe boots because you're dealing with these huge wooden pallets that have 1,000 or 2,000 pounds of boxes of stuff. You know, you'd get all of your stuff off of on a pallet, a big wooden, like, square pallet that would have everything stacked on it. And so if you run your toe over with one of those, you're breaking your toes. You have to wear steel toes. Well, Felix, he'd worked there forever. He's an old school guy. He's like, I don't need it. It's fine. He's like, we're just working with pallets. It's all grocery stuff. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. And so he would constantly crush his toe, and he'd just say, oh, yeah, you got to lift that up. And I'm like, why? My toe's under there. What? Wait a minute. Why is your toe under the pallet, dude? What are you doing? And he's like, oh, just pump it. Just get it back up, and we're good. I'm like, okay. Jesus Christ, dude. But yeah, he didn't care. He was just fine. Now, I say all that. I believe he was an old man at the time. That's what 30 years ago. It all caught up to him. He had a stroke. He had some health issues after that. But he didn't care. Like, that's the difference is he didn't care. He's like, it's fine. And then, you know, your health will catch up to you eventually. As you get older, all those little things you did will catch up. And so just more of, I just don't have the time to deal with health stuff. I'll just get it done. Like, if I cut myself and go into the hospital, if it's deep enough, get some stitches done. I'm not going to duct tape that because I don't want to have to deal with that later on. You know, in 20 years when all of a sudden my hand can't open because all my muscles healed up in the wrong way or something. I don't want to deal with that in 20 years. I'm good. I don't want to wake up one day. I already have aches and pains. I don't want to wake up one day with, oh, yeah, sorry. Now that's just the way your arm works now. Like, what the hell? All right, we'll go here. Anyway, so he's crazy. He was crazy. That was like one of the more like extreme examples. Every guy, if you're a guy, you know, we all try to be tough. Like, you do something dumb, you hurt yourself, and you're like, it wasn't a big deal. And then when you're by yourself alone, you go, oh my God, my back. Oh, Jesus. But when you're in front of people, you don't say that. You're just like, no, it's nothing. That didn't hurt at all. And then in your brain, you're screaming in agony, like, holy shit, I'm going to die. But this guy, Felix was on another level. Like, he was the epitome of, he just shook off everything. But yeah, eventually, it catches up to everybody. Just like you see stories of all these wrestlers, all the guys, the old school guys in like the WWF way back in the day, or what do they call it? WWE now. But back in the day, back in the 90s and 80s, you know, you see the stories of like Hulk Hogan, The Undertaker, Stone Cold, and they say, oh yeah, I'm big and bad, we did all that, but now my back doesn't work anymore. I've had 10 knee surgeries, and I can move my arm like this, and that's about it. I can't go above my head. You know, this is as far as I can raise my hands, and you're like, whoa, okay. They paid for it in the long term. Long term, it's going to catch up. Short term, though, you look pretty badass, and so that might be worth the payment. No. WWF Panda Wrestling. I know! I remember that, Beeble Bum. That was a big... I think it was a huge thing in the late 90s, early 2000s when they had to change their name. Because it was WWF for the Wildlife Whatever Foundation, and then it was World Wrestling Federation, so it was WWF for them. And there was a huge lawsuit, and they lost it. The Wrestling Federation lost it. So now it's World Wrestling
At
Entertainment.
Grumpy_Codger super chatted $10.
Grumpy!
I was a machinist back in the day.
Yeah.
I've seen some things. But if I stub a toe nowadays, I'll scream like an 8-year-old girl with a spider on her face.
Me too, Grumpy. Me too, man. Me too. Like I still have the moments where I try to be tough, like in front of my wife or my family or whatever. But yeah, I don't mind. Like, no, dude, if I stub my toe or if I like fall down the stairs, I will take a second and go, is my back broken? Is my leg broken? Is my arm broken? Okay, no, we're all solid. Everything's good. Just take a deep breath. We're going to sit here for a minute. Whereas like 30, 40 years ago, I would have just jumped up and said, I'm good, and shook it all off. Now I'm like, take a deep breath and try to mentally evaluate your body and make sure nothing's broken. Like, okay, not broken. We're okay. Like, I think it was a couple years ago. I had ice on my front porch. I had a big cement like front porch, and there was ice on it. I didn't see it. I took one step out of my front door to go shovel snow. I slipped off of it, and as I fell, I have a brick house, and so I scraped my right arm all the way down my house. And so at first I thought I broke my back because I hit ass down, and it hurt so bad. And I just laid there for like 5 minutes, and my wife was like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, just give me a second to breathe. I didn't know I scraped my arm. It's just my back hurt real bad. I felt like I broke my back. And I just sat there, and then I finally got up, and I was looking at myself, and I saw a huge scrape down my arm. I was like, oh, okay, that's great. That's going to take a week or two to heal. Just scrape off all the flesh on my arm. Awesome. But yeah, I was like, dude, that hurts so bad. I don't normally fall outside, but good Lord, man, falling on cement, that's a whole different thing. Anyway, I put my hand through a plate glass window chasing my brother and ended up with 17 stitches. Dude, that's hardcore. I've only had a few stitches in my life, you know, for weird stuff early on in my life. But I've never broken a bone, knock on wood. Not my own bone. Like, I've gone in for surgeries and they've had to break bones for surgery, but I've never actually done anything to break a bone yet. I'm waiting for it, though. One of these days, I'm going to have to break a bone to, like, you know, be cool, I guess. Be one of the cool kids with broken bones. Nobody's an airless planet here either. We're looking for a pirate system, but we haven't seen anyone yet. I'm kind of looking for an airless planet, too, that we could just pop down and start running around on. That's not going to be it either. And if we can find a system that's airless, or a planet that's airless and in a pirate system, that'd be amazing. Did I run out of pirate systems? Let's get closer. Out of jump range, of course. Pirate system. There we go. It only has one planet, 2 planets. I have a feeling we're probably not going to see very much here, but let's go find out. Tennis says I tried to ignore a dog bite once until the blood started soaking through. Yeah. Like, for me, as an old man now, it's always, is something in a different way than it should be? Like, is my finger bent, like, to the side? Probably broken. That's important. Or do I have something that just does not stop bleeding? That's the big indicators for me. It's like, okay, if it won't stop bleeding, or if it's bent in an unnatural way, that's a hospital, because, oh my God, you do not want to deal with that. Okay, we have a barren planet, and we have a, which one is this? It looks purple. A foggy planet. So that's going to be like a swampy. And we have a hostile scan, so I'm getting out of here. We're looking for a system that has a lot of planets in it, but also a pirate, if we possibly could. Dun. Oh, pirate. Yep. Bro, I thought you were gonna say you broke someone else's bone. No. So I've been in surgery and I've had bones broken in surgery, but I've never broken one myself. Like, I've never had it broken. I've never done something extreme enough to break a bone, but I've been in surgeries that they had to break a bone to do something. Like, they had to crack my chest, things like that. I mean, technically, I don't think your ribs are bones. I think they're cartilage, but they've broken those. I've never, like, broken my arm or my legs or whatever. We got a temperate and we have a corrosive. Is that it? There's only 2 planets in this whole entire system? Really? Yeah, just 2. Okay, great. Reflexor says a hairline fractured the back of my pelvis. Oh God. Slipped in the shower from some mildew buildup. Man, oh, that's my big fear now, is slipping in the shower. Because I don't mind if I do something stupid in public and the ambulance has to come, that's fine. When you're in the shower though, you feel very, like, vulnerable because you're naked. It's like, oh God, really? Just, don't do anything in the shower, please. Your ribs are bone? Are they bone? Okay, I didn't know if they were bone or cartilage. Because I know, like, when you break your nose, technically your nose is cartilage, your ears are cartilage. I didn't know if your ribs were cartilage or if they're bone. But I've had my ribs, my rib cage broken and adjusted, we'll say. Ooh, is that an airless? Damn it, windswept. Of course it's windswept. And is this another system that only... How come all these pirate systems only have 2 planets? Oh, no, wait a minute. It has a 3rd. Nope, that's the other one. Is it only 2 again? Yeah, only 2 again. All of these pirate systems only have 2 planets. They're killing me. Oh, hyperdrive has no fuel. We gotta fill that thing up. This is another benefit of the Sentinel ships. You just use crystals to refill almost everything. And so as long as you farmed up enough crystals, the radiant shards, you're good. Speaking of, we might need to do it here. Simply because I need some more crystals. I'm going to run out. My buddy and I just recently restarted playing No Man's Sky. That's awesome, Jobs. Stoutman says, how do you get more storage slots and tech slots for the mech? You cannot. The mech, all of the exocraft are locked in. The Colossus, the Rover, the mech, any of the exo mechs, any of the exocraft are locked in. There's no expanding those. So maybe the Cosmos update will add in a way to upgrade your exo craft, all of those things. But as of right now, you cannot. Whatever they have is whatever they have. They cannot be upgraded in any way. You can add upgrade technology to them, but the inventory is locked in. You cannot add any more. That's a cool looking planet. I think there's there is a dead moon. Oh, dang it, of course. I drifted as soon as I was about to scan it. Parched. Damn it. Parched is not going to count. That's some really cool planets in this system. A worm-ridden planet. Okay. That looks like a lava planet to me. That is a basalt. That is a volcano. Oh, right. Well, we need crystals. I think this was our dissident planet, so we need crystals. We need to go down here. Get some crystals going.
No free slots in ship inventory.
Get rid of these two. Oh, I didn't wait long enough. There we go. There we go. We do not need Mordite for anything. All right. We got some room. Let's go get some crystals out of here. Red Dragon says, cartilage dissolves naturally after death. Bones do not. That's why sharks don't leave skeletons. Is the entire shark freaking cartilage? Really? I didn't know that. That's crazy. Thank you for the answer. Yeah, it's a sad thing, but you never know. A future update could add it in there. So years ago, we're talking 5-6 years ago, you could not upgrade your ships. Your ships, whenever you got them, they were locked in. And so ship hunting was a way bigger deal 5 and 6 years ago because you had to get the perfect ship to begin with.
Clad 60 has just donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Jason, I just saw a post Sean Murray shared about Poor World. What do you think about Poor World NMS collab if they did something like that? Smiley face emoji.
I would love it, Ironclad. At 07, thank you for the super chat. I would love it. I want to, like, we just did Power World on a Wednesday, and we went through the Terraria update, or the Terraria section of Power World, and it is so freaking good in Power World. Like, they have a dedicated dungeon that is all Terraria themed. So you have enemies from Terraria in that dungeon specifically that you can capture and use as pals. There's a ton of stuff. They had the music playing from Terraria in the dungeon. It is such an amazingly cool, like, DLC for Power World. I want something like that for No Man's Sky. Like, throw in a dungeon that is a huge, like, anomaly planet that has sentinel enemies that are, you know, attacking you. That would be so cool. I would love to see something like that in Power World. And as for putting Power World in No Man's Sky, I don't know. Like, what would you do? They kind of did that with the Xeno Arena. They added in a big animal battling arena. That's kind of it. So the only thing I can think that they could use in No Man's Sky would be giving your animals, like, jobs at your base. Like, maybe that would be pretty funny. Add in, like, a base overhaul update called the PAL base. And you can assign your animals to do certain jobs at your base. Like, you can make a farm and have your animals go there and they will automatically get milked or whatever. That would be pretty cool. I would love that, too. But yeah, I love the idea of a Power World No Man's Sky, like, merge or collab or whatever you want to call it. That would be really cool. I think so. But I think both companies care enough to make it a really good, instead of a really cheap, like, it's a throwaway update. No, I think they would do a really good job of really, at least if you go by the Terraria, like, collab they did in Power World, it is freaking awesome. It is so freaking awesome. So I would love to see something like that. And then Tennis with the 5 gifted members over on YouTube as well. Tennis07. Very much appreciated for you as well. But yeah, that would be really cool. Yeah, we just did that. I think it was right at the end of the stream on Wednesday. We went into the Terraria dungeon in Power World, and it is freaking awesome. It is so well done. It is not like a half-hearted, like, oh, it's Terraria, haha, and that's it. they did a lot of work. They added in enemies, they used music, and a whole bunch of cool stuff. There's weapons that are from Terraria that you can find in Power World. It is so cool. Inverted mirror. We don't care about that. We care about crystals, though. We have any crystals around here? A boundary failure. Can't mess with that. I guess we have crystals over here. That's going to make them mad. So we'll get out of there. Did you post that video? Oh, it's the stream from Wednesday. So if you're on Twitch or YouTube, you can go back and watch the stream. Absolutely. If you want to just see the Terraria stuff, it's at the end of the stream. So we're talking like the last hour of the stream. We jumped in and started playing the Terraria dungeon in Power World, which is really, really cool. You can already have animals that get milked in No Man's Sky. I've never used it, but there is a base tech that can build for that. Yeah. That is true. So, and then I don't know what, like, did Terraria? I know there was a cross promotion between Terraria and Power World, and we saw the Power World version of that. Did they put something from Power World in Terraria? I wonder, or is it only Power World? Because maybe it's only one-sided. I don't know. Is the Terraria, like, did they give an update? Did they push an update out for Terraria that had Power World stuff in it? Yeah, the only thing I'm looking at is just Power World. Power World in Terraria. The crossover between Power World and Terraria features a major content collaboration. As a themed mid to late game dungeon, it looks like it's just in Power World. They didn't put anything into Terraria. They put in weapons, armor. They put in a dungeon for Power World, but there's nothing. As far as I know, there's nothing there in Power World. Oh no, there is. There is. Okay. They added in a dolphin that has a gun on it. That's pretty cool. Okay, yeah. So they shared stuff between Power World and Terraria both ways. Okay, that's pretty awesome. I like that. But yeah, so I'm all for it. They've been talking about it for a long time, though. I think they first mentioned some kind of a cross, like, promotion kind of an update, I think 2 years ago. It would have been right around the time they announced Light No Fire. So maybe 3 years ago, almost at this point. They kind of, like, if you don't know, Bucky is the social media manager for Power World. He's the one who's posting over on Twitter and stuff like that about all the updates and things like that. And so he kind of just tweeted and mentioned Sean from Hello Games and kind of said, hey, we need to do like a crossover. We need to do some kind of an update or a DLC or something. And that was like 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, probably. And they haven't done anything yet. So maybe it's just, they like each other. They're just chatting back and forth. I don't know. Or maybe they're saving it for Light No Fire. Maybe we'll see something more in Light No Fire. Like maybe there's going to be a region of the world, of the planet in Light No Fire that has like a Power World theme to it. That would be pretty cool. I don't know. This is all speculation. No idea. But if I was Bucky, if I was Power World, I would say, look, we love No Man's Sky. That's awesome. But what if we can get like a small little section of the planet in Light No Fire and just have it be weird? Like the animals there look similar to the Power World animals. They have guns or whatever, just as a joke, just as, to be funny.
At Sweeney Mountaineering
cool.
1722 has just donated £9 and 99 pence through Super Chat. How's it going, Jason?
It's going pretty
emoji.
Good. Going pretty good, man. Hopefully you're having a good week, end of the week. Get ready for a good weekend. I'm planning on a good, relaxing weekend because I have a feeling next week is going to be very, very busy. So I'm going to try to take some time off. I'm going to do some yard work. I got to take care of the yard. But I'm going to try to take some time off, play some games, and just get ready for the busyness that is next week. Even if there is none or no update for No Man's Sky, if there's nothing, we still have Gamescom, we still have Grand Theft Auto stuff coming out, so it's still going to be busy. It's just the No Man's Sky update coming out would add to the busyness for sure. Snarf says, if they do Power World and No Man's Sky, I think I'm done with No Man's Sky for a while. They need to add Corvettes and base building. They've neglected it for too long. What? They need to add Corvettes and base building? What do you mean? They have that. What do you mean? They need to add more? So maybe, I mean, the Corvettes just came out last year, I believe. So they've been in the game for a good amount of time, but not a long time. So I don't know. Like, I think Corvettes are pretty good, and that feels like it was substantial. Like, I get getting more pieces and stuff like that. Absolutely. Especially when it's like your kind of deal. Absolutely. But I do think that in No Man's Sky, they like to do updates and be done with them. So, like, they threw out the Xeno Arena update for, like, the Pet Battler. I don't think we're going to get another overhaul, like, in a year or whatever. I think they're kind of done. They did it. It's done. It's its own, like, little condensed thing. Just like Corvettes. They added them in the game. They polished it. Maybe they'll go back to it, but I think they're done. And so they'll move on to something else. They'll add in another feature, like the trash collecting feature in the Remnant update. You know, they like to do that. They add something in, it's workable, it's good, and then they just move on to the next thing, whatever that happens to be. And will they polish it? Maybe. Maybe they'll have a polishing update
And Eva, I am Goddess of Mercy, has just tipped $5 through Super Chat. Jason, will you be live streaming any of the festivities next week?
I will be. So the big thing next week is going to be Tuesday. I will be streaming on Tuesday for Opening Night Live, which is the first and largest show for Gamescom. I will be streaming that on Tuesday, Eva, and thank you for the super chat as well. I appreciate that. I will be streaming Tuesday for the Opening Night Live for Gamescom. I cannot stream on a Thursday for the Grand Theft Auto thing because they are releasing it through Netflix, and Netflix is not letting anyone do anything. They want you to go to Netflix and watch that. They don't want anyone showing it. They don't want anyone doing anything about it. Is that a TV? What is this? You see that? It looks like it's a broken TV. Yeah. I got a static TV on the ground. Sorry, I got distracted. Anyway, so Thursday, I will not be streaming anything for Grand Theft Auto because Netflix will probably murder me, my family, and blow up my house if I do. So I will not be doing that. However, it should be normal. So Monday we'll do Conan Exiles with Heather and Train. Tuesday will be Gamescom. Wednesday, potentially, will be a No Man's Sky update if we get one. And then, depending on what's going on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we might be doing drops. So, this is all speculation. I have no idea. But, the next No Man's Sky update, I am speculating the next No Man's Sky update will come with drops for Twitch and will come with an expedition. And so, depending on if it comes out on Wednesday and if it has those things, we might be busy with No Man's Sky Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So, depending on how that rolls out, that might be the plan. That looks like it's going to be the plan until it's not. But if nothing happens, like we don't get an update for No Man's Sky, then we'll do Power World on Wednesday. I won't post anything on Thursday for Grand Theft Auto because I don't want to get murdered, but maybe on Friday we will. Depending on what goes on next week. So next week is busy, but I don't have a definite schedule yet. At least not outside of Monday and Tuesday. Monday's Conan Exiles. Tuesday is going to be Opening Night Live, and then from there we'll see what happens. But yeah. And still my fiber internet. Oh yeah, they will kill me with my fiber internet. They will send Agent 47 to strangle me with the fiber internet line that comes from the outside the street to my house. He will choke me to death with that, probably, and then beat me with my modem. I wouldn't imagine anything less from Netflix and Rockstar. Rockstar, dude. I would say I feel bad about the guy who's leaking all the information because they are going to ruin his life. However, he seems like brazen enough to not give a damn. Like, his whole cryptocurrency pull and push for his Grand Theft Auto stuff, that's kind of a scumbag move. So I get it. He wants to get rich. He thinks he's going to get rich, but it's not going to. It never goes down that way. Not with the multi-billion-dollar company that has unlimited resources and probably the best lawyers outside of Nintendo probably work at Rockstar. So this guy's life is going to be in shambles and ruins. So I'm bigger balls than me. I wouldn't do that. But yeah, so it feels like, especially he's doing this whole like crypto nonsense BS about it. I have no doubt. Like, leaking video game stuff like trailers and gameplay beforehand is already kind of a scumbag move to do. Trying to milk it for the money for crypto, you're putting yourself in a whole different league there, buddy. Whole different league. I don't want any. Anyway, so I won't be doing anything with Grand Theft Auto, at least not immediately. Maybe when I start seeing, when it's okay, because I believe the way it works, as far as I know, and I could be wrong. Netflix has the whole detailed breakdown for Grand Theft Auto on Thursday. However, they only have it for 6 hours. So I think it's like 3 p.m. Eastern. It will go up live on Netflix. And then at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 hours later, Rockstar will post that same stuff to their YouTube channel. They'll post it on social media, I'm assuming. The Rockstar will start posting it everywhere 6 hours later. And so that night, Thursday night, it should be okay to share it and look at it. But again, I have a feeling, because I've been doing this for a long time and we've seen it not work as intended. I have a feeling that some people are still going to get hit by copyright stuff because these companies don't work fast. Like, if you say you only have the time limit between 3 and 6 or 3 and 9 p.m., Netflix will instantly start copywriting stuff at 3 p.m. They might accidentally copyright you at 10 p.m. just because it's still active. And so there's going to be a little bit of wiggle room. There's going to be a window there where Netflix is going to be going after people, and you're going to be like, hey, it's 9:05. I'm allowed to share it. And they say, no, you're not, and you're going to get in trouble. And so I don't want to deal with any of that kind of stuff. I want to be well outside the window. So there's not even a hesitation or an argument. And they say, well, you shared it before you should have. It's like, no, dude, you guys had it on Thursday. I didn't share it till Monday. I shared it 5 days later, so I don't want to hear it. I want to be well outside the window, so there's no wiggle room. There's no, well, it was 5 minutes late or whatever. Nope, I don't want any of that. I'm an old man. I don't want to deal with that. Is the update out? Moonbeam? No, there's no update yet. We're all just speculating on what we think is going to happen. And so my idea is we're going to see an emoji from Sean Murray Saturday or Sunday, tomorrow or Sunday. Maybe today. I don't know. The day is still young. We might get it today. But I think it'll be Sunday, maybe on Monday, maybe. At the latest, we'd see it on Monday if it's going to come. And then the update comes out on Wednesday of next week. That's my assumption. That's my speculation. There is no official announcements. We don't know anything for sure. They don't tell us anything like that. So we don't know. Maker of Melange. So what are they going to share on Thursday exactly? I'm not up to date at all. So Rockstar announced that they're going to show an in-depth presentation. I think that's the exact words they used. In-depth presentation of Grand Theft Auto 6 on Netflix. We don't know what that means. Is it going to be an hour-long video? I doubt it. I don't think they're going to go that far. I think at the most, and this is my assumption, again, we don't know, but my assumption, my speculation is we'll probably get a 20-minute video on Netflix that you can watch, and it'll be a trailer of the game of Grand Theft Auto. You might have some developers come in and talk about some features of the game. Like, hey, we updated our physics engine, and this is what you could do, blah, blah, blah. They'll talk about some features of the game. Like, now, you can totally do this, or this is a new mini game in the game, or whatever it is. They'll do a few of those, and it'll be like a 20-minute long video of this is what Grand Theft Auto is. But that, again, that's my assumption. I believe the verbiage they used was an in-depth presentation. We don't know what that means. It could be 10 minutes. It could be 5 minutes. It could be an hour. We don't know. They didn't give a time frame for it. They didn't say what it was going to be, what it was going to cover. None of that kind of stuff. We just know that there's going to be an exclusive Netflix thing for 6 hours. And then after that 6 hours, so Thursday afternoon, it posts to Netflix. Thursday night, it'll be posting everywhere. So Thursday night, it'll be all over social media, I'm assuming, on YouTube, everywhere Thursday night. So if you don't want to, and I would say, do not get a Netflix subscription just for Grand Theft Auto. That is not smart. Do not do that. If you don't care about Netflix or you don't have a Netflix subscription, this is not the thing to get it for. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just wait for that evening. Wait for that evening. And Thursday is going to be crazy because there's going to be geniuses out there who are going to try to record the video from Netflix and they're going to try to post it on social media 5 minutes after it goes live. It's without even a hesitation, without a doubt. I'm 1,000% certain there's going to be a ton of smart people who are going to do that. And so the entire afternoon, you're going to see posts of, oh, did you see this in the Grand Theft Auto reveal? Here's a clip of it. And it's taken down. And that person gets kicked off of social media. Their account gets banned. All this. It's going to be the entire afternoon. The entire afternoon is just going to be countless people making up just generic accounts so they can post gameplay. And it'll be up for 5 minutes and get taken down. Because I'm sure YouTube, I'm sure, Twitter, Instagram, everybody's getting ready. Like, okay, we need to get the ban hammers out because there's going to be people posting it. And we can't have that happen legally because we don't want Rockstar suing us. Rockstar will send the lawyers, so we can't have that. So, yeah, that's going to be Thursday. Basically, all day Thursday is going to be Grand Theft Auto. Anyway. They will stream it. Dude, they're going to do everything they can for it, awesome. They will. And they probably do it knowing that they're going to get their account banned. They're going to get their account locked. But they don't care. If they can post it and have 5 minutes of fame, and that's literally all they're going to have, is 5 minutes before the social media providers are banning people and taking them out. But they can get their 5 minutes of, oh, this guy posted it. Did you see that? Did you see this? How many crystals do I have? Oh, I got a good amount here. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we got a good amount. So let's get these ones, and then we can get out of here and get going. Hazardous floor. Get out of here. But yeah. Allow is a strong word. Never confuse incompetence with malice. I mean, maybe. You never know. So I know that legally, nobody's, just like with Nintendo, nobody wants to mess with these big game, entertainment studios. You don't mess around with movies. If you post like a clip of the new Marvel movie, the Avengers Doom, if you're posting any of that, Marvel will hammer you down, send a bomb to your house, and Agent 47 is going to show up to murder you. You know that's going to happen. Like, it's without a doubt, it's going to happen. Same thing for Rockstar. Same thing for Nintendo. If you post any kind of like a ROM or publicly say, hey, I can totally pirate a Zelda game, Nintendo will show up at your door about 3 minutes later and murder you and your family. So, allegedly, Nintendo allegedly, that is a joke. That is a joke, 100% joke. But yeah, so you don't want to mess around. And these platforms don't want to mess around. YouTube is not going to try to fight, Rockstar and say that they can post it. Nope. They'll just take down your video and take down your channel. They're not going to even mess around. Like, no. We don't need Rockstar breathing down our neck. So your video's removed and now your channel is deleted. So see ya. They are not going to mess around with that at all. I grew. Exactly, dude. You do not. Nintendo, dude. They don't mess around, and I don't feel like being in a lawsuit, so Nintendo, no. Absolutely not. I totally take it all back. All right, let's get out of here. Go to a dead world. Well, that was a smart move, Jason. Gonna be a long walk back. I forgot to recharge my freaking thing. Jason, what are we doing today? We are doing, well, number one, we're ranting and raving about Grand Theft Auto and all the leaking going on, the whole, like, a big event coming on next week. But also, while I'm doing that, I'm also doing a fugitive run in No Man's Sky. So, I am role-playing as a fugitive. I'm on the run from the law. And so that means I can't talk to any regular aliens. I have to try to get to the center of the galaxy without talking to any normal aliens. I can talk to outlaws,
Ironclad
but not
60
regular
has
ones.
just donated $4.99 through Super Chat. TBH, I'll be glad when GTA hype is gone. I'm getting tired of it overshadowing all the other good games coming out. It's
Dude.
kind of annoying. Smiley face emoji.
Dude, Iron, we haven't even seen it yet, dude. We haven't even seen it yet. Like, we get it pretty hard right now because you, I, most of the people in the chat, we play video games all the time. And so we're constantly checking on video game news. We're looking at all that kind of stuff. So we're being bombarded with Grand Theft Auto right now because we pay attention and we're looking for gaming news. It hasn't hit normal news yet. Like, come November, you're going to turn on old school TV, and on the evening news, they're going to be talking about Grand Theft Auto. All these kids are playing Grand Theft Auto. Oh, the violence. Your 8-year-old is running over hookers in Grand Theft Auto 6. We haven't even gotten to that point yet, Iron. We're not there yet. Like, this is just normal news, like gaming news. This isn't normal, like everyone news. CNN. Everybody is going to be talking nonstop about Grand Theft Auto in November. Oh my God, your kids are killing people.
Donated $4.99 through Super Chat. News headline: popular YouTube creator Jason Plays disappears after making joke about Nintendo hit squads.
Yes, it will happen. It won't even be Jason Plays. It'll be unnamed YouTuber house bombed in accidental Nintendo bombing. Thank you for the super chat, Iron and Wesley. Very much appreciated, dude. Iron, we are still like 3 months out. We're gonna see a little bit. We're gonna see a little bit of it next week. On Thursday, no doubt, you're gonna see the normal news channels, whatever they are, all the news, Fox News, CNN, everybody will be talking about the new Grand Theft Auto footage, and what does that mean for your children? All that kind of stuff. And then November comes around, it's gonna be constant. They're gonna have to get on psychiatrists and therapists to talk about the brain damage you're causing your children if you let them play Grand Theft Auto. Don't worry about, Call of Duty military shooters where you're shooting people. Grand Theft Auto is where it's at, though. But yeah, we will get that nonstop, and it'll be for the entire month of November. It's gonna be before it releases. First couple of weeks, they're gonna talk about how everyone needs to get ready because violence in schools is gonna shoot through the roof for some reason. All this nonsense. And then after it releases, they'll have the video footage of, oh, this is little Timmy and he's running over hookers in Grand Theft Auto. And now he's going to be a sociopath and murder all of his family. It's going to happen. It's just going to be nonstop for the entire month. We might get a reprieve. We might get a calming down starting in January. But from November until probably Christmas, because it's going to be November, and then Black Friday, everyone's going to get their new consoles on sale, and they need to go get Grand Theft Auto. It's going to be nonstop through Christmas. So, yeah, we haven't even seen it yet, dude. Iron, I'm with you on that, but we haven't even seen it. We have not even seen it. It's just, this is the tip. This is the iceberg. And we are still 2 months out. We just noticed the iceberg. It's there, but we haven't hit it yet, but we're going to. Bobski says, oh, bro, you just saw you live, and I wanted to thank you for the S-Class Sentinel video. That's awesome, bros. But Bobski, heck yeah. I was going to call you Broski. Bobski. Heck yeah, man, 07. Timmy running over hookers. Dude, It happened when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out. And that was before social media really became a thing. Like, you're thinking 2013, that was over a decade ago. We had Twitter, we had Facebook, we had MySpace, I think, still at that point. But it wasn't as prevalent, it wasn't as standard as it is now. Like, 2013 Twitter is very different compared to 2026 Twitter. Same thing for Facebook, same thing. Now we have Instagram, we have countless, locations for social media. And so there are 10 different ways. We have TikToks, we have Instagrams, we have Facebooks, we have everything, every way imaginable to be, bombarded with posts about how, Grand Theft Auto is ruining your life and you're becoming more violent. You're going to go kill everyone because you played 5 minutes of Grand Theft Auto. It's just going to be like
Oberon
on a scale we haven't
KC has
seen.
just donated $2 through Super Chat.
Oberon?
Can you please show the glyphs of that world?
I can if you really want to, absolutely. So if you want to know, let me make it dark, that way it's easier to see. Come on, no. Down there. There we go. Right there, that looks good. So I try to always make it dark, that way it's easier to see because the glyphs are white. Yeah, if you want to come in here. And thank you for the super chats. Everyone, thank you for the super chats. But yeah, we have only seen like the tip of the iceberg. And again, it's because all of us, we're paying attention to gaming stuff all the time. We're purposely following game developers. We're following game publications. You guys are following all these, content creators that are focused on gaming. And so they were paying attention as well. So we're seeing it all the time because that's the circle we're in. Grand Theft Auto is one of the few games that can break outside of that circle and hit everything. Like, I would argue it is the only game, really, honestly, that will be prominently featured on a regular basis on pick your news organization, CNN, Fox News, whatever it is. They will be talking about Grand Theft Auto. They don't care about No Man's Sky. 10-year anniversary, not a peep from them. They don't care about pick any big game, Crimson Desert. They don't care. Zelda, I would argue Zelda Ocarina of Time is a huge, huge game coming out this year. I don't think CNN, Fox News are going to care about Zelda. Honestly. It's a massive game, and I think it's going to be great. They're not going to give a crap about that. Grand Theft Auto? Absolutely. Because Grand Theft Auto, anybody can use it for their own argument for anything. And they could do that because everybody knows about Grand Theft Auto. You go up to any random person in the planet and you ask about a video game called Grand Theft Auto, they're going to know one of them. Oh, yeah, I played San Andreas. Oh, I played Vice City way back in the day. More than likely. You might find one or two old guys somewhere that never even heard of the video game. But it's going to be hard. Whereas if you say, hey, did you play Donkey Kong? They're like, well, what? No? What the hell is that? So it's just on a different level. It's a different hemisphere. And that's why I think it's going to be an event. Like, I know it's not a hot take. It's just the normal. But come November, it's going to be every story in the news about how Grand Theft Auto is making you violent. Grand Theft Auto is breaking sales records. Grand Theft Auto is causing massive problems with with online services. Xbox Live went down because Grand Theft Auto pre-orders went up or whatever, or preloading started and now Xbox Live went down, or PSN is totally crashed. Things like that. It's just going to be nonstop. And then after it comes out, it's going to be video footage of someone shooting or someone sniping or someone running over something and how it causes you to be violent, and then arguments against that and how and blah, blah, blah. It's just going to be that. Gonna be crazy. So yeah, I'm already prepared. Like, dude, I'm hoping a little part of my heart is hoping that Hello Games decides to put out Light No Fire in November. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think we see Light No Fire till next year, probably. However, there's a tiny part of my heart that wants wants Light No Fire to come out in November so I could just play some Light No Fire all month and just tune out everything. I don't need to worry about social media. I don't need to worry about any of that stuff because it's all going to be Grand Theft Auto for the month of November anyway. I'll just sit around and I'll play and I'll stream some Light No Fire all month. That's fine. I'll do it. I will take... Oh, yeah, shoot. What am I doing? I was running back to my bait or my ship. I got distracted. Sorry. That's what I'm hoping. I don't think it's going to happen, but I wish. I hope. I'm praying that it does. That way I could just, chill and play some Light No Fire all month. Because it'll be a cool escape. It'll be like, hey, look, everyone else is talking about Grand Theft Auto. I'm just sitting over here playing my cool survival Light No Fire game. I'll take it. It'll be awesome. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think that everyone's getting out of the way of Grand Theft Auto. And for as much as I think Hello Games and Sean Murray, they don't care about anything. Like, they don't care about, Gamescom is coming up. We probably shouldn't put out our update. I don't think they care. They're going to put out an update. They put out, what update? They put out a massive update for No Man's Sky the week before Starfield. Like, everyone at the time was getting out of the way because Starfield, it's the brand new game from Bethesda. Nobody can compete with that. Everyone needs to get out of the way. Just delay your game. Don't do anything that week because it's Starfield week. No Man's Sky, they didn't care. They put out an update the week before. They're like, nah, it's fine. Here's our update. Our next update for No Man's Sky is coming out the week before. Awesome. They honestly don't care. But that being said, Grand Theft Auto is another beast. I think they might even be like, ooh, probably not. Let's not do it in November. Now, do I think they'll put out an update? Yes. Do I think that they would put out like the No Man's Sky Expedition replays in November like usual? Absolutely. I think they'll do that. They will put out the Expedition replays for No Man's Sky, sure. Launching a new game is a whole different beast, though. You don't want to launch your game next to Grand Theft Auto. No one's going to hear about it. No one's going to see it because it's all Grand Theft Auto. I want them to do it. I don't think they will. It wouldn't make sense. From a business point of view, it doesn't make sense. Don't try to compete with Grand Theft Auto because nothing can. All you're going to do is cause yourself headaches because people are not going to remember or know or care that your game came out because I can play Grand Theft Auto. Who cares? But yeah. Pretty much the only game that gets on the news are super popular ones like GTA, Minecraft, Roblox. I would argue like Minecraft hit the news, but that would have been circa like 2015. Has Minecraft hit the news recently? I would argue probably not. Like Minecraft being in the news, like you'll see like when Microsoft bought Activision, that hit the big news because that was a big deal. Oh my God, Microsoft just bought Call of Duty. That was probably it. But that was it. It was Call of Duty. Oh my God. So, but they're not going to talk about like Minecraft on a regular basis, whereas Grand Theft Auto is going to get a month of coverage. Not even kidding. And probably longer than that. Because you have to think, Grand Theft Auto single player comes out in November. They haven't talked about the online yet. My brain, and this is speculation, this is me just thinking out loud, my brain says they wait until January to put out Grand Theft Auto Online, Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, and it'll be a whole new cycle of hype of, oh, now you can play against each other and you can go to a strip club and how they're rotting your child's brain. Oh my God. Online interactions. They have role-playing servers. Do you know what that is? We'll tell you about it and how it's ruining your child's life. All that kind of stuff when Grand Theft Auto Online comes out. And yeah, that'll probably not be till January because they probably, as a smart businessman, they want Grand Theft Auto single player to come out, make a whole bunch of money, and have its own like launch. And then you come up like 2 or 3 months later, January, February, and you launch Grand Theft Auto 6 Online, and it only costs $20, even though it should have been included. But they'll only charge you $20, and so they get another big bump of, well, we sold 10 trillion copies of Grand Theft Auto 6. And then another 5 trillion copies of Grand Theft Auto 6 Online. Because you could double dip. You could triple dip, technically, because then they'll do next gen, then they'll do PC. Oh, yeah. they are going to be milking Grand Theft Auto probably for the next 2 to 3 years, because it'll launch in 2026 on current gen. And then they'll launch in 2027 on PC. And that'll be a whole new cycle. And then in 2027, 2028, when the new console, the PS6 and the Xbox Helix come out, gotta launch it again. And now it's Super Ray Tracing Edition or whatever the hell it's called. And then that'll make a whole new cycle. Like, they're gonna milk this thing for 2 or 3 years. It's gonna happen. So yeah, I have no doubt. No doubt we're gonna be in Grand Theft Auto World for a while. Talking about GTA? Oh yeah, Lazy Chair, talking about GTA. All the leaks happening right now, and then the getting ready for the big reveal next week on Thursday, whatever that happens to be. Like, oh yeah. But yeah, Rockstar, if anything, Rockstar knows how to market. Like, I don't like it. I don't agree with it, but they are the kings of doing it. Like, you cannot beat Grand Theft Auto marketing and hype and all of that. Second to none. Can't do it. Ugh. But yeah. So yeah, I think, at least in my mind, businessman Jason, 2026, you have Grand Theft Auto come out on the PS5 and the Xbox Series X, whatever. 2027, you have it coming out on PC. That's a whole nother flood of people. And then there's going to be people who double dip. They bought it on console, and now they have to have the PC version, so they bought 2 versions of it. And then also in 2027, you launch 2027, early 2020, spring 2027, you do online. That way people have to pay for it, and it goes back in the hype cycle again for the online. Fall 2027, you do a PC release. So a year later, you do a PC release. And then we have new consoles coming. We know that the PS6 and the Xbox Helix are around the corner. Maybe that's 2027, maybe it's 2028. Either way, you wait until spring of 2028, you put out the new generation version of it, and you're just like, oh my, it's just, you know, you have the hype cycle going for at least 2 or 3 years. Where are you guys at? It's a pirate system. I need to find an airless planet, sir. I need to find a solar ship. Or a grave. Or both. Of course it is. Alright. But yeah, so, and they're going to hype it, and they're going to milk it, and they're going to make you pay for everything. Like, when they announced the new, like, in-depth coverage of Grand Theft Auto was going to be on Netflix, no other thing ever has done that. You got to think, what movie, what entertainment, anything has ever put a trailer behind a paywall? Nothing. Marvel Avengers Doomsday, whatever it's called. They didn't put a trailer on Netflix behind the paywall, did they? No. The biggest anything, Star Wars, take whatever pick you want. Nobody has had an exclusive trailer put on Netflix
Ironclad 60 has
or any
just
kind of
donated
streaming service.
$4.99 through Super Chat. Their marketing team is probably the easiest job ever.
Yes.
All they have to do is say GTA is coming out and post a release date, and it markets itself.
That is
Smiley
true.
face emoji.
That is true. But, and thank you for the Super Chat, by the way, 07. But it's not about, like, doing that per se. It's more about, how do we make money from things we've never made money before? No one, as far as I know, has paywalled a trailer for anything. Now, it's only a 6-hour time limit. You don't have to go get Netflix. But I guarantee you, Netflix paid Rockstar money to get that trailer exclusive, even for 6 hours. Rockstar is not like, hey, please, will you let us post our trailer on your platform? No. It's the other way around. Netflix went to Rockstar and said, how much do you want? How much do you want for that trailer? We want to be the first ones with it. We will pay you, Rockstar. I don't think any company in the history of the world has been paid for a trailer. Like, trailer is supposed to be your marketing. You're the one who wants to get it out there. For a trailer, you're going out and saying, please take our trailer. Please let us put our trailer on your thing. It's the opposite with Grand Theft Auto. Like, that's the marketing team. That is they're sitting around saying, how do we make money where we've never made money before? How can we sell a trailer and make money off a trailer? Yes, you can. Go to Netflix. They will pay you money hand over fist to get that trailer. It's insane. Like, and I'm no doubt that is the tip of the iceberg as well. We just know about the Netflix deal. I am sure there's probably a marketing spin-up for PlayStation, for Xbox, for everything. They're going to have exclusive trailers there as well. You're going to get the PlayStation 5 exclusive, gunplay trailer or something like that. And PlayStation probably paid for that as well. Rockstar is out there figuring out ways to make money off of something that no one will ever, like, pick any game. No one is going to pay to get a Netflix subscription to watch the next Assassin's Creed trailer. Not going to happen. Call of Duty trailer. Do you think they're going to put a Call of Duty trailer on Netflix? No, not even close. They're not doing that. And I would argue Netflix would laugh them out of the room. If Activision walked over to Netflix and said, hey, look, let us put a trailer on your on Netflix and you have to pay us money, they would get laughed at. Like, what are you, stupid? No, we're not doing that. You're dumb. They're not going to do that. For Rockstar, they will. Absolutely. Grand Theft Auto? How much money do you want? Millions? Hundreds of millions? We'll do it. Whatever it is. So, yeah, they're out there figuring out, like, dude, it's insane. Absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah. I don't see an airless planet here. That one might be. Let's see. No, it's not, obviously. No, it's a Forsaken planet. Son of a... It says copper, rusted metal, and silver. That might be an airless. So rusted metal usually is on an airless planet. Forsaken makes me think it's an anomaly, and anomalies are not good because they won't have anything cool on them. Just to see if we get out of that. That is terrible. That's like below a C class upgrade. That's terrible. Really? At least we made room, though. We made room. That's all I needed. We have so many crystals now. Okay, we definitely need to find a freaking thing here. Anyway. Major rant alert. No, it's just impressive. Like, marketing at Rockstar is probably an easy job, but it's only because everyone comes to you to do stuff. You still have to think of ways like, how do we market this, and how do we do it without ruining it? That's the big thing. Like, you can't put out too many trailers because then that waters it down. But also, you could put out one trailer on Netflix and make millions of dollars, probably hundreds of millions. I don't know. We don't know how much Netflix paid to get that trailer exclusive for 6 hours. I would say it's not hundreds of millions, but maybe $10, $20 million as an exclusive deal? Probably. And then, how many more deals do they have like that? Did PlayStation get a trailer reveal, like, secret? Like, are we going to get a exclusive PlayStation trailer in October? Is it going to happen in September? We don't know. Like, there could be a whole bunch of different trailers that are exclusive. Apple TV, we're going to have an Apple TV trailer or whatever it is. And Apple paid $10 million to get a trailer for, 5 hours or 1 day or whatever it is. So you don't know. And I mean, that could be their new innovative marketing plan that Zelnick talked about. I think it was back in May, maybe June. It was like early summer. The CEO of Take-Two, which owns Rockstar, he kind of came out and said they have innovative marketing on the way. I bet you their version of innovative is we're going to put an exclusive trailer on Netflix, an exclusive trailer on Apple TV. We'll have an exclusive trailer on Disney Plus or Hulu or whatever the hell. That way, all these guys are paying, and it's only going to be for 6 hours, 12 hours, whatever. But we don't have to spend a dime because if it's exclusive, that means people are going to talk about it. We don't have to tell anyone about it. It's just done. make one post on Twitter and say, hey, exclusive trailer coming to Netflix. And then for the next 2 weeks, everyone nonstop talks about it. We don't have to do anything. Like, that's your marketing, and that's crazy. Crazy. Oh, yeah. Let's make sure this is full before we decide to leave again. I don't need you screwing me up. There. There. I have too many crystals. Good lord. All right. So now we're looking for crash ships. We have it. We can call it in whenever we want. Let's go south. But yeah. So yeah. Now, do I think that they are probably renegotiating and talking to some platforms now that the leak has happened? Absolutely. You know Rockstar is in panic mode, not because the game is leaking. That's bad. That's really bad. But if, and this is assuming they have other deals like the Netflix deal, if they have other deals with other platforms, how much you want to bet those platforms are calling right now going, hey, look, we paid for exclusive, like, gunplay trailer number 5 or whatever, but this leak is showing everything we were going to show, so we don't want to pay anymore because they kind of ruined it. I bet you they're dealing with that right now. You know, some other, place has a exclusive whatever, and they're calling Rockstar saying, no, we're not paying for that. I'm looking at social media right now. All of that stuff is all over it. All these leaks are ruining it. So why would we pay for that if it's already there? Everyone's already seeing it, so we're not paying. Nope, we're done. We're going to cancel this contract or whatever. Oh, I'm sure that's where Rockstar is really getting pissed. They're pissed that the game is leaking. They're really pissed if it's going to cost them any kind of money. And if they're losing money, they're going to take it out of Gamer Leaks ass. They're going to be like, okay, you know what? You blew up a $50 million deal with, Apple or whatever we had. We're going to sue you for $50 million now, buddy. So guess what? Your life is over. You're going to jail, and the next dime you make for the next 1,000 years is going to go right into our pocket, buddy. So yeah, that's probably what they're really pissed off about. Like, honestly, executives at Rockstar and Take-Two are like going ballistic, saying you better get those leaks under control, find this man, murder him and his family and anyone he's spoken to in the last 50 years, anyone he looked at, blow up the town he lives in, because we can't have him leaking anything else. That GTA leaker is removing some excitement by just showing the game. Maybe. I think that for us, because again, we're plugged in. We're looking at all this stuff. But when it comes to Grand Theft Auto, it's like a worldwide, like, average people who never play video games. They don't pay attention to video game stuff. They just do their normal job, and they might watch like a Marvel movie once in a while. But 90% of their life is not gaming whatsoever. They don't care. They're not seeing it. They might hear about it. They're going to say, oh, yeah, I heard that the Grand Theft Auto thing leaked, but I don't know. I didn't see any of that. They probably don't care right now until the game comes out in November. Then they say, oh yeah, I gotta update my PS5 because I haven't turned it on since 2023. I haven't played since, I played Madden 2022, and now I need to get Grand Theft Auto, so I better go update that thing or whatever. Those are the people that Rockstar is really banking on. Again, that's probably why they put it on Netflix. They didn't put it on IGN. They didn't go to GameSpot. They didn't go to any of these places. They went to Netflix because they know dude who played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas back in 2010, and then he got a job, he graduated college, and he's been taking care of kids, he has his wife, he has his stuff going on. He doesn't really play games. Like, once in a while he might fire it up, and he has a PS5, maybe, but he only plays, he played the last Call of Duty. It was what? Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, right? It's like, no, that was 10 years ago, but okay, yeah. He played Call of Duty back in the day. They're aiming for that dude, and that dude is watching Netflix on the weekend with his kids and his wife. He's going to turn on Netflix on Thursday and go, oh, yeah, shit, I forgot. The Grand Theft Auto thing is happening today. I better go watch that. That's what they're aiming for. That, at least, ideally, that's what they want.
Nice
And so, yeah, is it kind of dampering some of our like excitement for it? Probably. Is it going to damper it enough for us not to buy it? I love gamers. I am a gamer, but I also, because I'm a gamer, I know. No self-control. I have seen many, many, many boycotts of, oh my God, the new Call of Duty sucks. Just don't buy it. And it never happens. Like, never. At boycotts, no one has self-control. They will talk a big game, and it's going to be, everyone, just don't buy Grand Theft Auto. Even though it sold billions of copies and broke every record in existence. It's going to happen. So, for me, I always play Grand Theft Auto. I love the Grand Theft Auto series. Is it in my top games of all time? Probably not. I have other games I enjoy more. However, it's going to be, it's the junk food, at least to me. Grand Theft Auto is the junk food of gaming. I will complain about McDonald's all day long, and I will tell you, this sit-down restaurant has the most gourmet hamburger in existence. It's the best. It is amazing. You can never beat that gourmet hamburger. But McDonald's is McDonald's. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. There's going to be a hunger for it no matter what, and that's the Grand Theft Auto of gaming. It's Grand Theft Auto. It is always going to be there. It's the comfort food. Anybody can jump in. They know what it is. You don't have to have a degree in RPGology. You don't need to have like, oh, you want to jump in and play some Dark Souls? No, you're not going to. Nobody's just jumping in and playing Dark Souls unless you really like it. That's a whole different ball game versus, I just turned on Grand Theft Auto and I ran around and shot somebody and the police came and killed me. That was fun. That's a whole different deal. Anyway. Hawkblade says, Jason, where is a bigger audience, Netflix or YouTube? I'd say YouTube probably. However, it depends on the audience you want to go to. So on Netflix, you're going to get the generic guy who literally you can turn on my smart TV and it has Netflix just automatically on the screen and I can just go watch a movie. And they're not playing video games because they don't have time or they're not interested or whatever. But they got time when they get off of work at 5 o'clock at night. They come home, they have some dinner, and then they're just going to click on a show or a movie or whatever on Netflix. And then they just so happen to see, they're scrolling through Netflix to watch whatever TV show, and then, oh, Grand Theft Auto. Okay, you know what? I played Grand Theft Auto in 2013. I played Grand Theft Auto when I was in college. I should probably check that out. That's the audience. Like, it might not be a larger audience, but it is a audience they know they don't have yet. They need to remind you. Do they need to remind Jason that Grand Theft Auto is coming out in November? No. I know it. I'm paying attention to gaming stuff all the time. You don't need to tell me. They don't need to tell you. You guys know. We are getting hammered with Grand Theft Auto news constantly. It's the generic dude, the gamer bro who played Madden in 2012, and he really hasn't gone back to play it yet because he's been working and doing stuff. He's taking care of life. That's the guy they got to remind, because he's only played 3 different games his entire life. He played Madden during college, he played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and he might have played Modern Warfare 2 because that was a good one. Those are the dudes. Those are the dudes. Anyway. Tux says, apparently Star Wars Outlaws pissed enough people off. It was only $14.99 over the summer. I almost got it, but decided to get Satisfactory instead, which is also on sale. Heck yeah, dude. Atlas Galactus says, they may not have self-control, but my electric vehicle does, dude. I've thought about getting an electric vehicle. The only problem, like, on a reality scale, at least for me, is an electric vehicle sounds great until you, realize, at least for me, I live in a climate that's very cold, and so that's not good for batteries. So the reality is I would be plugging that thing in more often simply because the battery would not last as long. I'm going to be running my heater because it's winter blizzard. Also, it's very cold temperatures outside, so battery's not going to deal with temperature extremes as well. And so it's just like, I like the idea of it. Maybe one day when we have way better battery technology, that would be a cool idea. But maybe not. That type of audience is what I was asking. I forgot to write as a generic audience. Oh, okay, Hawkblade. Well, if you're talking about a generic audience, it's probably going to be Netflix. Probably going to be Netflix compared to YouTube. So when it comes to YouTube, at least this is me, like my brain, my personal opinion. I could be totally wrong. I don't have any numbers for it. But when you go to YouTube, you're either looking for something specifically, like, oh, how do I unclog a toilet? How do I hook up my TV? How do I do this? How do I do that? You're looking for a how-to or an instruction or a more teaching thing. Like, how do I do this? How do I do that? Or you have your core group of things you follow. So you're subscribed to Jason Plays. And you know, oh, he plays No Man's Sky. I go there for No Man's Sky, and that's it. You're not just going and scrolling on YouTube for the latest video or whatever. You don't get off of work and then scroll YouTube. You get off of work and you scroll Netflix because there might be a TV show. I'm going to watch Breaking Bad again. I'm going to go back and watch this thing or that thing. It's like a comfort watch. Versus YouTube is more of an active, I want to go find out how to, I bought a new laptop. How do I do this? How do I do that? You know, or I know that Jason's playing No Man's Sky, or I know this creator is playing whatever game and I'm interested in that game. You're actively looking for that. So it's kind of a different thing. So you're more active on YouTube, at least me. You know, that could just be a projection thing. I don't know. Or you're an 8-year-old and you're watching YouTube for kids and you have Teletubbies on or repeat. I've seen so many people they have a 4-year-old kid. They hand them an iPad with YouTube Kids on it. And they click on a Teletubby or whatever the heck cartoon, and it has a playlist of 10 hours of videos, and they just go through all of it. You know, Blue's Clues is on there or whatever. Maybe I'm dating myself at this point. Barney's on there. They're just watching Barney the whole day. I don't even think Barney exists anymore. But yeah, so at least in my opinion, that's kind of it. And so if you're more active, that means you're looking for it. So you watch Netflix to kind of chill and relax after work. You ate dinner. You just want a comfort food. You just want to go through and watch a cool show or maybe a movie you've seen 100 times. Whereas on YouTube, you're actively looking for, hey, I heard that new trailer came out for Grand Theft Auto. I should go look for it on YouTube. You're actively searching for it versus you're passively like flipping through looking for Breaking Bad. You're looking for Game of Thrones or whatever show you want to watch for the 15th or 20th time. And then as you're clicking, all of a sudden Grand Theft Auto pops up. You're like, oh yeah, shit, I forgot about that. That thing's out today. I forgot. And that's the audience. At least, again, that could be me projecting. That could be me thinking like through my own view of things. But that's what I would think. That's what I would imagine. And that's why Rockstar said, hey, look, Netflix, we'd love to put our trailer on your service for $50 million or whatever $1 million it was. And Netflix was like, hell yes, we will. Because they know it probably won't sell subs to Netflix, but it'll keep some. If someone's on the fence and they say, well, I haven't watched Netflix in a while, I should probably cancel my sub because, I don't watch it as much. Actually, you know what? Never mind, because that Grand Theft Auto thing is coming out next week. I should probably keep it. Yeah, I should probably keep it. That's probably what they're hoping for. Not that you're going to sign up for it, and you shouldn't. More of, you're going to keep it. Like, well, I can't cancel right now, because Grand Theft Auto, that thing is coming on Thursday for Grand Theft Auto. I got to keep it for that. Or you're mindless, you don't even think about it. You turn on Netflix every Friday night, you and your wife sit down, and you're watching a TV show. Or you have movies you guys go back and watch all the time. And you have your rotation of like 20 or 30 movies and TV shows that you kind of go through and say, oh, we'll go through all the seasons of this, and then we'll move on to the next show, but we only have like a handful of shows. And then a year from now, we'll cycle back through and say, you know what, I really do miss that show. I want to go back and watch it again because that was pretty good. I like that show. Barney grew up. He's a lawyer now. No, he works at Please. That's his department. He's in the Please department, Ken. He's in the Please department. Atlas Galactus says for what an actual is a letdown instead of GTA 6 is Mind's Eye. Dude, Mind's Eye. That was the whole thing. Lots of issues that happened in that game for the past couple of years. So I'd say do not trust Mind's Eye, but instead trust GTA. Well, and to be fair to them, they only had some of the crew from Rockstar that was, previous employees that used to work at Rockstar. They moved over and made their own company, Rocket Boy, Build a Rocket Boy, I think. And they were making a game that they wanted to tout as like a Grand Theft Auto killer. And I'm like, I don't know about that. And now that we've played it, everyone kind of knows, yeah, that's not true. But yeah, that one, I don't know if it was a disappointment because that game already looked not great to begin with, at least to me. Like, it was very cagey. They didn't want to show off a lot of the game, and you're like, okay. The game's coming out in like 2 weeks, and you don't want to show any portion of the game? That's suspicious as hell. They didn't put out like review copies. They didn't send out review copies. That's another, not a guarantee, but it's another bullet point that says, that's a little suspicious. No review copies? They didn't want anyone to play this beforehand, huh? That's not good. So that game already was looking suspicious. And then when it came out, like, oh, okay, yeah, this is kind of maybe not what we thought, maybe a little bit worse than what we thought, but kind of what we thought, at least for me. Ironclad says Jason or Netflix is gonna hunt Jason down for saying don't buy Netflix. I mean, I'm not saying don't. If I'm not your dad. If you guys want to buy Mind's Eye, if you want to buy Netflix, do it. But I would say if you're only getting a Netflix subscription for Grand Theft Auto, that doesn't make sense. Now, granted, they have shows and stuff like that. If you guys have, if there is a compelling reason other than Grand Theft Auto, like, hey, there's 5 shows or there's 10 movies or whatever it is, absolutely. Just like with video games. I'm not going to tell you guys to never buy a video game. If you guys want to. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I hate that game. But I will also say it's a really good game for what it is, but you have to like what it is. I do not like Kingdom Come Deliverance. I am not a fan, at least of the combat. I love the storytelling, the writing in that game. It looks graphically amazing. The RPG elements are awesome. But you have to interface with that combat. There's no way around it. There's no choice. And that combat is terrible. I hate it so much. And for that reason, I hate it. But I'm not going to tell you not to play it. Oh, God. There's plenty of terrible games that I play that, everyone is going to say, why'd you waste your money on it? Like, oh, I love it. I think that's a great game. But not everyone's going to like it. So, you guys do you. Always. As always. And don't let anyone shame you. I'll tease people about it. Don't get me wrong. I will tease everyone. But I'm not going to tell you outright, oh, no, you're dumb. You shouldn't do it. You're terrible. I'll tease you a little bit. Sure. Teasing's part of the fun, though. But at the end of the day, if you want to get a PlayStation 6, if you want to get a Netflix subscription, if you want to get Mind's Eye, if you enjoy Mind's Eye, hey, man, I didn't enjoy it, but if you like it, then hell yeah, dude, do it. If you're having fun with it, have fun with it. Anyway. Do you have a signal booster? I do, but I'm looking for Graves. Graves do not come up on a signal booster at all. Like, we could probably find a crashed ship, but we're not going to find a Grave. Grave does not come up on the signal booster at all, as far as I know. Iron says, yeah, I watched your videos, and that is the only reason I haven't got it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. Again, it depends on what you like. I think it was Midnight who really loves Kingdom Come. And when it comes down to it, if Kingdom Come Deliverance won Game of the Year, I agree with that. It's a good game. It's a very good game for what it is. It's one of the better games ever. I just don't like it. It's not my kind of game. That doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's not my game. And that's what I try anyway. I try to play as much as I can on the channel. I will go through with new games like Beast of Reincarnation, and I will show it off because there's people who I don't want to jump in and waste my money on a game I don't know anything about. And so if I could stream it and you guys can see, oh, this is what it's like. This is how it plays. This is what all the mechanics, then awesome. And hopefully, if you like it, then you like it. If you don't, then you can kind of say, oh, yeah, you know what? It doesn't look like my kind of game. Because again, Kingdom Come is a really good game, but it's not my kind of game. People out there who played it for hundreds of hours and absolutely love it. Same thing for Mind's Eye. I wonder how many people are playing Mind's Eye right now. Because I bet you there's at least 10 people who really enjoy Mind's Eye. There's going to be like those 10 guys who are like, dude, it's the best game ever. Game of the generation. Mind's Eye is the best game ever. Wow, way more than I thought. Way more than I thought. I thought for sure it would be like 1 or 2 people, but it's actually 21 people right now. Go for the last year. Oof. It averages about 30 people. Wait a minute, what happened here? Did it get an update? Did they push out an update or something in June? Or July? July 13th, something happened. I don't know what happened there. I have no idea. I haven't been paying attention to Mind's Eye. There you go. That's the day I played right there. Monday. Back in May of 2020. What? No, July 2025. That's when I played. But yeah, something happened in July. Did they put out an update? Probably. I would say probably an update or something. But yeah. Release date in 10th of June, June 10th, 2025. That's when we played on release day. And that was 3,000 people. Maximum number of people that actually played the game is 3,000. And I was one of them. Anyway, but yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what happened here. They pushed out something. They pushed out something. All right, that's pretty good. All right, but yeah, so there are a group of 30 people, at least on Steam, that really enjoy Mind's Eye. They're playing it. They're loving it. I'm not saying they're wrong. I don't like it. It's not my kind of game, but they seem to like it, and that's fine. That's fine. If you're enjoying something, don't let anyone else take it away just because they think it's stupid. It's like, well, no, I like it. Again, there's some games that I love. Dark Souls 2. You guys know. I love Dark Souls 2. That is the most hated version of Dark Souls. It is my favorite. I love that game. And it's not, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't care. If you guys don't like it, that's cool. I love it. It's my favorite. But it doesn't change the fact that like, if everyone hates it, doesn't mean I'm going to hate it. No, I think it's good. One of the best Souls games ever made. Absolutely. Without question. Without question. I will fight anyone on it because I like it. I love it. It's great. That was the Dark Souls made for me. Yeah, so I hope. Yes! We have a solar ship! Thank God! Oh, thank God. We can go into the freaking space station now. Oh, and it looks like a cool one, too. It's blue and white. That's pretty cool. Let's see what it looks like. It has blue sails. That's actually a pretty good one. The rank sucks, but it's a decent ship. Hermetic seal and metal plating. We can fix that. Oh, yeah, we need to actually take it. Yay! So let's do this. We need a hermetic seal, metal plating. So. So part of the rules for my Fugitive Run is we can only go into and exit and leave a pirate space station with a solar ship. It doesn't have to be the same one, but we have to remember to go in and out with a solar. So if I go into the space station and I sell this solar ship, for instance, I need to buy another one before I can leave, simply because you need one to go in and out. So let's go in here. We can finally go in. We have a solar. We'll go in here. We'll get rid of a whole bunch of stuff. We have so much crap going on in here. Oh, my God. So I'm going to need to get in here and cycle through some of my ships because I'm going to need to get some room in my inventory. Look at all this. Oh, my God. So much crap in here. We need to make room in my inventory because if we scrap our ships, we can sell it for money. And if we get enough money, we can buy another one because I think they're probably going to be 20 to 30 million. So we're going to need more money. We have nanites, so we can buy some upgrades for ourselves. Oh, my God. So freaking good. You can finally go in there. Signal booster for the win. Exactly. Signal booster for the win. I still need to find one more grave. We still need to find a grave. But we have our solar ship. We can clear out our inventory. We can get some upgrades going. So that'll be nice. That'll be nice. Are there travelers on pirate stations? Not as far as I know, Ironclad. Like, I've looked, and I haven't found any yet. So, is it possible? I think it's possible. But I haven't seen any. So, I don't know if they do show up. Like, maybe you have to be closer to the center. Because traditional wisdom, I should say, traditionally, the closer you get to the center of the galaxy, the more often you see travelers in space stations. So maybe you have to be really close before they start popping up in pirate space stations. All right, now let's switch. Where is my... Are you the one? Nope, you're not. I need to rename my Sentinel ship. That way I know. Okay, this is the one. So, we need to rename it. That way I know this is the one we're keeping so I don't destroy it on accident. That's a keeper. All right. So now we sell some stuff. We need to make some room in my inventory. So that's our current ship. So we can sell everything we have in here to make sure we get our current ship. Pirate transponder. Yeah, look at all the Corvette pieces. We're not going to make a Corvette. I don't need to, and I don't want to deal with that headache. We're just going to make the money from all those parts, though. Multi-tool expansion slot. We cannot use that because there's no multi-tool upgrade station here. There's a multi-tool box, but there's not an upgrade station. So we can't upgrade our multi-tool. Cannot use a void mode because we're never going to get to the autophage. Don't need launch fuel. We don't need the pirate things there. We do not need salvage data. Do not need... I think we don't need storm crystals because we don't have that blueprint. Okay. I think... There we go. So we have 3, 6, 7, 8 different slots. I think we can use the upgrade, the augmentation in here, but I'm not positive on that. Please? Oh, thank God I can. I can, thank God. There. So now we can get rid of some of these upgrades, like this jetpack upgrade. We could sell that for money. So I will keep that for now, but we could use this one. Actually, let's see what it is first. That's not great. I mean, it's fine, but it's not great. Got better shields at least. We can sell that. We can sell that. Because my multi-tool... You know what? Actually, no. You know what? We will use that instead. So it'll give me a better weapon. Okay. We need to buy repair kits. That way I can repair out my my rifle to the maximum now. So I think we're good. Man, they don't... Of course! I find the freaking pirate system that does not have any repair kits in it. Of course, damn it. Well, never mind, I guess. All right. That's good. This is all of our fuel goes in the right-hand side. You guys know I'm a weirdo. I have to have my inventory exactly how it needs to be. Oh, we can upgrade this one. We have a storage augmentation, so we should probably do that. This is going to be fuel later on. Actually, we'll do that. Good. Okay. We don't need this. We can't change it for anything, so let's just get rid of it. We can sell it for like $400. I'm not worried about that. We will take these, though. These are good. That is good. Okay. So we got room. We have room. We should probably make some room here. Because we're going to be scrapping a whole bunch of ships. And so we're going to need room. That should be enough right there. All right. So now we're going to scrap some ships. We cannot use the pillar of Radiant Pillar because that one's being tracked. But we can scrap like that one. Make some money off of that. Haulers are definitely ones to scrap. How many ships are you going to scrap? All of them. I need to keep probably I can't do anything with the pillar. The Radiant Pillar is being tracked, so if I mess with that at all, I will be found out in my role-playing, my fugitive role-playing. I need to keep a solar ship and a sentinel ship. That's it. So I need the sentinel to go through the center, and I need a solar to go in and out of the pirate systems. That's it. The pirate station, specifically. Everything else we can get rid of and make some money. Because the other thing is, when you scrap a ship, you can get storage augmentations. Storage augmentations are, yes, we got one out of there, or way worth it. Absolutely worth it. So now we pull in, there you go. There's our Explorer. That did pretty good for us. You know what? They did pretty good, but we don't have anything in here we need, so we're going to scrap that as well. Make some money out of all this. Ironclad says, Jason, do you think in the Cosmos update they will add a feature to openly jump between galaxies? Would you like that feature? Maybe. So, for me, I think the Cosmos update will be a big focus on galaxies and systems versus like ships or anything like that. So, it would make sense to give us another way to travel. Like maybe they can overhaul the portal teleporting system, the portal system, and so you can choose all of your glyphs for a specific planet, and you can choose between all the different galaxies, or maybe you can choose between the galaxy you've been to. That would make it easier because I know there's a lot of us who, if you've been to multiple galaxies, you have to remember, oh, I'm in Euclid, or I'm in Ascentum, or I'm in Hilbert, or whatever. And then you have to travel to a base in that location. If you've already been there, maybe they let us choose between like, oh, I want to find all the space stations that I've been to in Ascentum. Or I want to visit all the bases that I've gone to in Calypso. And they let you kind of go between pages on different galaxies. That would be pretty cool. So maybe they add a way like that. Like, oh, we're not using that. So it keeps flipping to it because it's my default. Yeah, let's get rid of the shuttle. This shuttle's terrible. And no upgrades in it, so we can scrap that thing safely. We're getting kind of full. We're going to have to sell some stuff now. That way we can make some room in our inventory for the other ships we're going to scrap. Nope. Getting a whole bunch of nanites. We'll be able to get a whole bunch of upgrades. Sell all of our scraps. Boom. There we go. Cleaned up. Now let's grab another one. Another hauler. And it has... Was I in the middle of making? Yeah, I think I was in the middle of making it. And I thought, oh no, I'm not going to get my microprocessor. Screw that. Okay, I was wondering, like, how does it have that in there? I was probably trying to make it. That's all right. We're going to get rid of it. 2 million plus upgrades plus a storage augmentation. Yep, we're up to 3 storage augmentations. We're going to have some good spots in our what is it called? Not that one. In our Sentinel ship. Yep, that's our fighter. We don't need that one. Let's scrap that. Hawkblade says, Jason, would you like to have an ability to put sails on a Corvette? No, I wouldn't want that. So I want the opposite Hawkblade. I want every ship to have a unique upgrade that can only be put on them, like the Solars. The Solars have the Solar Sail, and that's the only ship that can have it. I want unique upgrades for everything. I want fighters to have like a weapon upgrade that makes their weapons stronger. I want the haulers to have like, maybe they have a secondary inventory that you can store even more in them. So that way haulers are worth it because they have way, way big inventories. I want explorers to have, maybe they have an upgrade for their hyperdrive so the hyperdrive can go even farther than any other ship. That kind of stuff. I want every ship to have a specialty. And in the case of a Corvette, maybe they throw in like a way to use portals on your Corvette. That way it's like not even just a base. It is a huge thing or something like that. Give me a unique thing that can only work on Corvettes or only on fighters or whatever. Every ship, I think, should have a unique technology that only they have. That way there's a useful, hey, because right now, any ship you get, like, yeah, an Explorer does have a little bit more distance than it, but if you get an S-class fighter and you put in a whole bunch of hyperdrive upgrades on it, you're going to be nearly the same. Like, you're still going to get a little bit more out of an Explorer, but it would be way more at least beneficial to me if you say, no, there is an upgrade that gives it an extra 1,000 light years in the hyperdrive. Or in the case of a fighter, you have a cooling unit for your weapons, and so your weapons can fire for way longer and do more damage in a fighter. No other ship has that. Only the fighter has the cooling system, or whatever it is. That would be more meaningful, at least to me. Give me a unique thing that only that ship can have. Please, when we go to the galaxy map and do not have enough fuel, give us a hotkey to choice to fill it. Yeah, dude, I would love that. Gunboat, 100% agree with you on that. And I think that was it's due for an overhaul. Give me an overhaul to the galaxy map and how it works to that kind of stuff. That would be amazing. That's a good quality of life. Like, you can refill. If you have the fuel, you can refill automatically. Or it says, hey, before you even try to go anywhere, when you pull up the galaxy map, it gives you on the right-hand side, it gives you your fuel like capacity and your distance on that map. So you can say, hey, look, currently I'm in my fighter and I can only travel 500 light years on my hyperdrive, and it's going to take 10% of my hyperdrive fuel. And it kind of gives you that meter. And you could just say, oh, yeah, by the way, I want to fill it up or whatever in that menu without leaving it. That would be awesome. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Did I switch it? Nope, I did not. Switch it out again for another one. This is another hauler. My God, we picked up a lot of haulers. Look at all of these haulers we picked up. My goodness. I like it. Hold on. That is an amazing... Look at that. We have 3 supercharged slots in a row? I bet you if I go to an A or an S class, where would that other supercharged slot be? Would it be right there? Dude, that's really good. That's an amazing hauler. I mean, the inventory sucks, but we can always upgrade that. We can upgrade the class on it. The fact that the supercharged slots are all in a row, that's crazy. Whoa. That is, I don't even remember where we picked that up from. In a previous stream, I don't even remember, but that's amazing. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Wow. That's a really good hauler. We're going to scrap it, though. Dark Lord says, you probably already got asked this, but do you think Hello Games is showing up at Gamescom? I don't think, I think the odds are very low, Dark Lord. So if I had to put a number on it, I think it's a 10% chance. They could totally show up. It's possible. I don't think it's likely. I think there's a 10% chance that they show up at Gamescom at opening night live on Tuesday. Could they? Sure. Do I think it is? No, I don't think so. I think if I'm using my Jason Plays brain and comparing historically what they've done, I think that what we're going to see is we get an emoji from Sean Murray over the weekend for the update. The game goes on sale Monday and Tuesday. Nothing happens Tuesday night for Gamescom. Wednesday, they come out with an update just like any other update. There's no, like, light no fire. There's nothing like that. It's just a normal No Man's Sky update. Just truck along as usual. I don't think there's going to be anything different. But I hope I am wrong. I want to be wrong. I want Sean Murray to get up on stage at Gamescom with Jeff Keighley and show us a new trailer for Light No Fire. That's what I want. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Honestly, I don't. I want it to, and I'd be really, really happy if it did, but I don't think it will. A map like Elite Dangerous? I have not played Elite Dangerous that deeply, Razor Tug, so I don't know. Atlas Galactus says, do you know why his name is called Gunboat? Because he's always gunning for the Atlantic Ocean? I don't know. No idea. Another one of these. My God, we picked up so many ships, you guys, looking for that perfect one. We might fix this one just because. We don't need a shield. We're fine. We're fine. We picked up a lot of ships. But we were trying to find a freaking solar ship. We finally, at least I finally gave up on it because I was like, dude, yeah, look at all this. Ooh, we will keep that. A-class hyperdrive is very useful. Everything else, we have 4 storage augmentations. We're doing well here. We need to empty out our inventory. So we keep scrapping all these ships. We're going to be making so much money. Hyperdrive, that one. Okay. And then sell all the scraps. That way we make more room. Got an A-class hyperdrive, which is very good. Not the best, but hey, I'll take it. Done. All right. Let's grab the next ship, which is a... Okay, that one is more in line. Again, it has a really good shield, but we don't need shields because we're not going to go into fighting or anything like that. So if it had hyperdrive or whatever, we would. But nah, not worried about it. And... Okay, now we're on to the... That's our keeper, and that is our scrap, I think. Yeah, that's our scrapping one. So this will give us a good amount because it's not broken. It's a B-class freaking Sentinel ship. That is the good one. So we will absolutely scrap that one and get some money out of it. We're going to get 24 million. There you go. That's worth it. All right, and now we should be down to... Yep. We have the Keeper. So we have our Sentinel ship and we have our Solar ship. So we're good. Got to keep both of these. So now we can start upgrading everything because we scrapped all of our ships. So we're good. We're going to sell that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. We're going to keep the A because the A is a really good one. Let's buy some other good ones like that. Photon cannon, sure. Shield, yes. That's it. Pulse engine, sure. Scatter blaster, geology cannon, mining beam upgrade. Launch thruster, sure. Okay. So we got, oh yeah, we should probably sell some of these, some of the scrap as well. We need to sell the scrap that we have room in our inventory. And AI valves. Yes. Yes, yes. All right. Now let's put some of these upgrades on our freaking ship and our multi-tool. Even though we didn't have any repair kits, that's okay. We'll get there eventually. There we go. Weapon. There we go. Shield. Absolutely. Launch thruster. Absolutely. And hyperdrive. So we have a extra light years and warp efficiency. So we got some decent ones. These are like C or a B class. They're not quite A's. I'll take that though. And then we have another hyperdrive. There you go. See, that's a good A class upgrade right there. Efficiency and distance. These are distance and, efficiency. So, not the best. We also have 6 upgrade storage augments. So let's do that. Let's apply those upgrades. Buy some loot box ones from the dealer. You might get lucky. I don't think they sell any repair kits in it. That's the only thing. I need repair kits. That's it. That's all we had. Damn. Not a lot. Not a lot. Oh, yeah, we do have a C-class jetpack we can get rid of as well. There we go. Boom. All right. Let's see what we get out of here. We do have money. We have 60 million. 3, that's it. And I don't need any weapon upgrades, I don't think. Scanning upgrade. Engine upgrade. Decent, not great. Jetpack upgrade. Let me get rid of our glove. We don't need it. And oh god, that's like a B or a C. It's probably a C class upgrade. Oh my god. No, probably a B. I'd say a B. It's still not great though. Oh my god. 100 jetpack tank? I'm used to seeing 200. Alright. So we're good on that. I think we're okay. Let's look at the multi-tool. I have no doubt it's probably not going to be great, but let's see. It is a C class. It has just a 1 upgrade for the visor. So the scanner upgrade. Not worth it. Not worth it. All right, so the only other thing we need now is maybe possibly a better solar ship. So we have this one, which is half broken nonsense. But maybe we could trade up for another one. So let's see. While we wait, I'll go through chat, catch up with you guys on chat. Now that we've done everything, we've cleared out our inventories. We've made some freaking money. We've got some upgrades going on. We didn't get any repair kits, but we have a solar ship. So we can go to another pirate system and also jump in on that as well. Buy the extension from the station. We already did Fallout, but thank you. U7, 1 in your ships. What? Oh, 1 of my ships. Yeah. That's a Explorer. We don't need that. Come on. We have any solars out there? I know you got some solars coming in. See if we can get a better one. Dang it. Is the anomaly viable on a fugitive run? No. Anomaly is not viable on a fugitive run. So the only station you really can go into is a outlaw station. You can theoretically go into an abandoned space station, but I can't remember the exact rules on that. I think once you go in, you have to leave immediately. You can't just stick around. That's a good one. That's almost a good Beeblebum. It needs yellow sails on it, but that's almost a Beeblebum ship right there. It's yellow and white. It's a B level. Let's see how much he's charging for it. Can I trade in my broken one? I can, and it's better than my broken one. And it's only going to cost me 4 million if I trade it. You know what? I think that's worth it. Because mine's all busted up, so he's going to have to repair it all anyway. So 4 million, that's worth it. So now, this is my new solar ship. My cool little Beeble Bum. And that's my old one that he's using now. Lord Murray only exists in Light No Fire because he's the creator of LNF, and thus he shall become the king of one. There you go. Found a solar ship under the ocean on one planet. Yes, crash ships will appear under the ocean. They're harder to find. Like you need to probably use either get lucky and run into it, or use a chart to kind of get in there. For me, I always use a chart because I can never seem to see them under the ocean. It's so hard for me to see them under the ocean, under the water. And especially if you go to a water planet that's really deep. They're really hard to find. Oh my God, do you see this? This is almost the perfect ship. That looks amazing. What color is your ship? Is it green? Is your ship green? Let's see this thing. It's green and black with that metallic That is a cool looking fighter. You guys know I am a sucker for the hot rod nose. Oh my God. That is an amazing looking ship. It has the single thruster engine on it. That is a good ship right there. My goodness. Look at that. Green with the metallic coating on the front, the metal. Oh my God. Green and gray. If we got rid of the dorsal fin, I'm not a big fan of the dorsal fin. I don't like that at all. Get rid of the dorsal fin. Change this to be purple and black. Perfect. Perfect. God, that's a good one. That's a good ship, sir. That's a real good one. You guys want to come here if you want that ship. Now, these glyphs are not really reliable. So, if you're in space and you pull up your
boy,
you pull up your thing, that scared the pee out of me.
Quickly.
Holy,
really got
Miss
out of hand
Nikki. Nikki, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. That scared me a little bit. I was looking at my OBS as soon as you raided. It threw me off. But remember, I'm in the space station, so these are not really reliable. So they should get you here, but whenever you're in space or not on a planet, they kind of get finicky. But seriously, 07, what were you playing? Looking good. Thank you. Heck yeah. So yeah, if you want that ship, those are the glyphs. It should get you here, but again, we are in the space station. It gets kind of finicky. So I'm 90% sure you'll get to the space. You'll get to the system. You might be thrown on a weird planet because we're in the space station. We're not near any planets. However, that should get you here. That way you can come get this ship because this ship is pretty awesome. I only found a C class and so if you're hunting for a cool like S class, you might have to stick around for a little bit. Was playing Power World, then Call of Duty. Dude, Power World. I have been stuck on Power World for so long. And I'm loving it. Only Miss Nikki. I think it's Miss Nikki, right? So, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. 07. And if you're not following Nikki, you should be. Go over there, give her a follow. But yeah, so those are the glyphs. Let me show you what the ship we're looking at right here. So we'll zoom back out. So this is the one. I'm really a big fan of the... oh yeah, we can't talk to the ship. We got to talk to the pilot. I'm a big fan of hot rod fighters. So this is a hot rod fighter. Look at hot rod engine. It's a really good looking ship. It's metallic with green. The only thing I don't like is the fin. I don't like the dorsal fin. Some people do, some people don't. I'm not a big fan of the fin. However, that thing looks amazing. I like it. I think that's a really good looking ship. The bird is Planet 1? How do you know that? Is that always the case? Always the bird Planet 1? I didn't know that. Oh, look at this solar ship. Is it a blue one? It looks like a blue one. It is a... Okay, nope, we're trading out for this one. It's a blue ship with purple sails. Yeah, we're going to trade for this one. Because currently I have a yellow one with green sails. Whoa! I will gladly... Oh, it's going down and it's a sea class. That's okay. That's okay. I'll take this one. I'll take it. Look at that. Now that's the one to beat. This is the one we used to have, yellow and white. Now we have a blue and purple. I'm going to sit here forever. Dude, this is a good system. This is a cool looking... Like, look at that. I like it. Blue with purple sails on it. Crew the Dwarf says, I got a mean machine. It's painted black and green. Yeah. Nikki says, I'm addicted to Pal World. Thanks for the shout out. Well, you're very welcome. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. I've been watching your YouTube vids for a few years now. I'm glad to be on a live stream. Well, that is freaking awesome. That is freaking awesome. I think I heard thunder outside my house. All right, I'm going to sit here forever. Ooh, that one's orange. It looks like orange and white. It has the raven nose. I like the raven nose. Let's see. Is it better than the one we currently have? I can't keep doing this. I don't know if it could beat purple, though. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be able to beat purple, but let's see. It's an A class, but it's white and orange with white sails on it. That's fine. I like the nose. The nose, that raven nose is pretty cool. I'm a big fan of that, but All right. Instead of sitting here forever, let's get out of here. So we need to leave in our solar. And then we could switch out to our Sentinel ship. Look at those sails. Big purple sails. So good. At least you didn't hear a thunder from inside your house. Evergreen? That'll be later on when I eat some Taco Bell and I want to add some acoustics to my house. Solars are pretty cool. But we're going to use our Sentinel ship. So now the only thing left, we need to find one more grave, and we need to find a portal to use all those glyphs on. So it's time to go find a good system to go hunting for graves in. We need to get to the center, but we are 700,000 light years away, which would take us hours. If we jumped all the way, it would take us hours, and I don't think I have enough fuel for that. Like, I can't even jump 1,700. I don't even have that much distance on me. 1,200. What the heck? I put up upgrades, right? 198. My distance is 1,200, so I can jump 1,000 light years, basically. Okay. I was wondering, like, I'm pretty sure I put upgrades in there. Not good ones, though, obviously. With good upgrades, you could probably get up to, like, 2,000 light years, but I wasn't lucky enough, I guess. Jason, what do you use to keep track of your different saves? Just my brain. So, you can name your saves. So if you don't know, you can absolutely name them. And so I've named this one. So if I go into my options, I've renamed it. So I've named my save Fugitive Run 2026. You can name it whatever you want. So absolutely, if like you have a lot of different saves you want to keep track of, name it. So I have my main save named as main save. I have a beginner's guide save. I have a fugitive run save. If I'm doing my expedition, I will name it the expedition save, that kind of stuff. So name your saves. Absolutely, do that. Do that. Oh, I don't want to fight anybody. I just need to find a planet that I can go look for freaking, technically I need moons. That way I can look for freaking, what's it called? I can look for a grave on. And this is a torrid planet. Let's see. Oh, great. Yeah, I'm in the middle of a battle, so I can't see anything. Oh, well, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. You can only do yellows. That is a lot of planets in there. There we go. I just number my saves, my 10 saves with what ships they are in. That's a pretty good idea, too. Then back up to a different folder. Oh, yeah. So, on PC, I will, once a month, maybe once every couple of months, I will literally copy all my saves from my save folder on my PC, and I literally have on my dashboard. On my dashboard, I literally have a save folder. So when was the last time I saved? My last save was July 24th. So I am due to update. But I literally have a folder with my saves. And I literally just copy all my save information from my No Man's Sky game folder. I copy it, and I put it on my dashboard. Or my desktop, I should say. My desktop. That way I have it there in case anything goes wrong or something happens during an update or something like that. I can go back, and I have it labeled as July 24th No Man's Sky saves. And every month or two, I try to update that just in case. Because you guys know me. I will accidentally delete my save. Or we had an update where I started, it basically corrupted and started deleting my technology. And I was like, oh my God. I had to roll back my save on that one. So yeah, absolutely. If you're on PC, you can back it up. Now, a way to get around that is... Let me land here. Let me show you. So, if you have multiple systems, say you have an Xbox and a Nintendo Switch, or you have a PlayStation and an Xbox, or whatever. If you have consoles and not a PC, what you can do is you can do cloud saves. So let me do this. Let me show you what you could do if you want to do it, if you have multiple consoles, for instance. So, if you have multiple consoles, what you can do is you can upload your save to the cloud. So, for instance, if I wanted to keep my Fugitive Run, right? I upload that to the cloud. Would you like to upload this save? Yes. I uploaded this to the cloud for the No Man's Sky servers. Then I fire up my Nintendo Switch, for instance, and I download this save onto my Nintendo Switch. At that point, I can just turn it off. Once you've downloaded a save, it's on your system. And so I upload a save to the cloud, download it onto my Nintendo Switch or whatever, keep it on my Nintendo Switch, and my Nintendo Switch will be my physical backup. So now, if anything goes wrong, if I accidentally delete this save or whatever, all I have to do is go to my Nintendo Switch, turn on the cloud, upload that Fugitive Run right back to the cloud, and I can re-download it from the cloud to my PC or my console or whatever. So you can do it that way as well. The only downside is you need multiple consoles. So if you have like an Xbox and a Nintendo Switch or a PlayStation and an Xbox or whatever, any combination, you can upload it. If you have a PC, you can just save. You can literally copy your game files and do it that way. Or if you don't want to on PC, like you're too nervous, you can do it this way on PC as well. Upload it to the cloud, download it on your PlayStation 5, and it'll keep it on your PlayStation 5. And then, like, if you ruin your PC, like something happens, you can just clear it all out, enable your cloud saves, and then re-download it from your PlayStation or whatever. So that's what you would do if you want to do it that way. But anyway, like, that's your way to get around it if you only have a console or whatever. Boo! Jason is ranting terribly. I'm ranting amazingly. No actual rants today. Jason is in a good mood. Well, we did kind of rant a little bit. We ranted about Grand Theft Auto. We went through all of that, like how like crazy and weird and probably bad for the industry that's going to be when that comes out. So we kind of did that, but yeah, other than that, not really. Just having a ball, running around. We're looking for one more grave, so all we need is one more grave, and we can use our portals. So the rule for my Fugitive Run is I need to find 5 different graves, 5 different glyphs before I can use a portal. We have 4. We found 4 different graves. We need one more now. One more grave and we are good to go.
At Dashboard Devil has become a traveler.
Dashboard Devil.
Do you think Cosmos will just be cosmetic?
No. Thank you for being a member for 29 months, Dashboard Devil. No, I don't think so. It could be. It could be. It definitely could be the play on words of cosmetic, Cosmo. Could definitely be that. I don't think so. Like, they haven't done a cosmetic anything really. Like, as far as I know, we've never had a cosmetic only update. Like, we've had updates that had cosmetics attached to them, but it wasn't the update. Like, the update was not just about cosmetics. So I don't think they would. They could, though. They could absolutely just say, hey, you know what? This is going to be an overhaul for character creation and cosmetics. That's all it's about. It could definitely be it that way. I just don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think we have a dead planet here either. Miasmatic, that's a Heather planet.
At Mindless Focus has become a traveler. We getting a Poor World NMS crossover?
I hope so, man. I hope so, Focus. And thank you for being a member for 25 months. Appreciate that. So we just on Wednesday, we went through the Terraria crossover in Power World, and that was pretty epic. Like, I really enjoyed that. There's a lot of, like, Terraria there. It felt like it was made with love and care. It's not just some generic, oh, we threw in the sword from Terraria, ha ha. No, it was a lot. There's a dungeon, there's music, there's armor, there's weapons, there's enemies that you can capture. There is a lot of meat there. It's not just some really like 5-minute, let's throw together a collab on that. No, it's a lot. So I'm hoping maybe we get something like that. That would be pretty epic for No Man's Sky and Power World. But yeah, but as for the update, I have no idea. A Cosmos update. The idea, it looks like, is going to be something space themed. Galaxies or systems or something with space. But again, we don't know. We didn't get very many details, so it could be cosmetics. Who knows? I don't think so, though. That's a Forsaken planet. Let's see what the moon is. Is the moon dead? Parched moon. That's a frozen planet if I've ever seen one. That's an icebound planet. And we have a... Ooh, are you a dead? No, you're not. A tropical planet. A tropical planet with salvageable scrap on it. Let's go down here. We have a dead planet behind us, but tropical. That's piquing my interest. All right. We have a shield upgrade. You know what? We probably shouldn't want to do this. Because this is just for shield and solar panel. This is for health and shield. Absolutely. All right. Space stations? Oh, dude, I hope so. Clinton, I would hope so. But we've been talking about like owning space stations and all that kind of stuff for like years now. And they did give us a space station overhaul in, I believe it was in 2024. In like February 2024, they overhauled what space stations look like. So theoretically, they could, but they've already done it recently. So the only thing left to do would be like if they were to let us own and control space stations. But I don't know if they're going to do that. Like, we've been talking about that for years, and we haven't seen anything.
Incoming storm.
Of course, it's a tropical planet, so it's going to be a superheated storm. Yep, I don't see a grave around here. Let's make sure. Wait a minute. Make sure my launch fuel is filled. That way I can call in my ship whenever I need to. Oh, yeah, look at 8%. That would have screwed me.
Technology recharge.
2 of them only gave me that much? Whoa, that's not good. All right. We're good, we're good, we're good.
At Red Dragon 72
Red
curious become a
Dragon?
traveler. Hope Cosmos's actual solar systems lay out for sis.
That would be pretty cool. I would like just an overhaul for how it works. Like right now, there's a lot of people who they won't go to purple systems because you have to get deep into the game. And so because you don't go to purple systems, you're not going to see gas giants. You're probably not going to see water worlds, things like that. And so it would make sense to say, hey, look, we introduced these planet types years ago, or, you know, a couple years ago, but not everyone can get to it. So now we've changed the rules to where gas giants can appear in yellow star systems, regular ones. Water worlds can appear in anything. It feels like they're more relegated to the purple systems. Like, I don't know if it's possible. It might be possible to find like a water world in a yellow system, but I don't think I have. And I definitely have never seen a gas giant show up in a yellow system. However, they can change the rules and say, oh yeah, by the way, a gas giant can appear in yellow or green or whatever systems. You don't have to beat the game to find a gas giant or to find the super planets or whatever, or water planets. So I would love some kind of an overhaul like that. That would be pretty cool. A real solar system would be perfect. So I know that they've toyed with actual planet rotations, like realistic rotations, and people kind of got irritated with that in early on in the game. And so now they have planet rotating around a sun, for instance, but it's not realistic in any way. It's very gamified. And I feel like that is generally the approach they take. They like the idea of realistic, but realistic doesn't always mean fun. And so they seem to err on the side of, well, it's not realistic, but at least it's fun. And that's what we care about more. You know, like for instance, an airless planet makes you fall slower. Air resistance should make you fall slower, but it's just more fun, more gamified. So there's some things like that are like, okay, you know what? Is it 100% realistic? Nah. Is it more fun? Yeah, I think so. So yeah, when it comes to that kind of stuff, yeah, I don't think they would. They're not too worried about it. If it happens to be really realistic and fun, sure, awesome. But I feel like they're going to err more on the side of, well, it's fun, so we don't want to ruin it by making it more realistic. Nothing. We're just looking for a grave marker around. And you can't find those with a signal booster. Signal booster's never going to find a grave. We have to talk to a traveler. However, because we're a fugitive on the run, we can't go to a normal space station because they'll turn us in. And we can't go to a trading outpost. They'll turn us in. So it's going to be harder to find a traveler to find out where a grave is. And I mean, theoretically, we wouldn't want to talk to a traveler because they might turn us in. We found an outlaw traveler, though, like on an outlaw station. That's a different story. Airless planets have a weaker gravity. That's why they're airless. Could be. Could be. But you'd also think that if they're airless, there wouldn't be any air resistance, so you'd be able to fall faster even with less gravity. But I don't know. Like, there's a limit to your speed when there's air resistance to it versus no limit to your speed. So you jump out of your ship, you can really get going. The option is there when you play in creative. Everything is available. Oh, I mean, absolutely too. There's that too. So as for like what I think the Cosmos update could be, I'm more in line with I think it's a Galaxy.
Has just tipped $4.99 through Super Chat. Hey, I just got here and this is crazy, but light no fire. Maybe. Was really disappointed we didn't get any news on the 10-year anniversary.
I know. And so that's why I think. So, Focus, thank you for the super chat, first of all. But we've been kind of talking about next week because I think the update's coming out for No Man's Sky next week. However, Gamescom is next week as well. It's a big gaming conference in Cologne, Germany. And so, hypothetically, Hello Games can show up at Gamescom and they might bring a trailer with them. Hypothetically, it could happen. And so we could possibly see Gamescom bring in a Light No Fire trailer. Specifically, the way it's lining up, Gamescom opening night, the big show that's online that everyone can watch, happens on Tuesday. With an update on Wednesday, maybe Hello Games shows up in Cologne on Tuesday. Maybe they bring a trailer for another game to show off at Gamescom. And, you know, maybe they use the opportunity to say, hey, look, this is our new game, Light No Fire. And by the way, we have a new update called Cosmos coming out tomorrow for No Man's Sky. That could happen. Do I think it will? I don't know. I think it's like a 10% chance. Not very, very high. It's possible. I don't think it's a very high chance of it happening, but it's always possible. So absolutely. I'm a car guy. Bring a trailer means something different to me. Grumpy? No way, dude. What if it's a trailer full of No Man's Sky and Light No Fire games? That's the other thing. Do you guys think we will see a physical release for Light No Fire if we get one? Like, we know that Light No Fire is coming at some time. Do you think we get a physical release, like a game with a disc or do you think they're going to go fully digital? That's the question. You know what? That's a good question for a poll. That's what we should do. Here, let me do this. I'm going to do a poll in the live chat. So you might need to refresh the page simply because sometimes the poll doesn't show up immediately. So you might need to refresh it. But will Light No Fire release on disc or only digital? Disc only digital. There we go. We get it over on YouTube. There is a poll right there. And I'm going to put it on Twitch as well. So give me a second. I got to put a new poll up on Twitch. Will Light No Fire release on disc or only digital? So disc, only digital. Let's see. Let's see what you guys think. I think we get a physical disc. I think that a disc is going to ship. Now, you'll probably have to get like the special edition of the game, but I have a feeling they're a smaller developer. They kind of have that nostalgia disc kind of feeling to it. Like they released a physical game cart for the Switch 2 and Switch 1. Let me see. I should actually go back. Let me see. Did they release a Switch 2 version?
At Drusen14 Super Shattered $2. LNF Digital, next week.
Maybe. It could be. Is there a physical one? No. There is not a physical cartridge on the Switch 2. Like, you can get a Switch 1 cartridge, and when you pop it into your Switch 2, it'll update to the Switch 2 edition, but there's no physical, like, actual No Man's Sky cartridge with on the Switch 2. You have to upgrade your old cartridge to be the Switch 2 version. Wow. So the last thing they released, when was the last physical release they put out? Was it the Switch version back in 2023? I think that was the last disc version. I think it was the 2023 edition, the No Man's Sky. That would have been not Beyond. Oh God, what was it? PS5 disc. It would have been 4.0. Just No Man's Sky. They didn't even put the name of it. Okay. That was the last edition, so that would have been 2023. So the last physical edition they put out was 2023. So that makes me think maybe they won't. Maybe they won't. Because as a small developer, it is cheaper. However, there is the collector mentality. A lot of people, they want to have a physical disc. They want that physical version because it's like a collector's thing. So, I don't know. I was very sure they put out a No Man's Sky version on the Switch 2. They did not. It's only the Switch 1 version, and when you pop in that cartridge, they upgrade it. You have to connect to the online store, and it upgrades to the Switch 2 version, but it's not on the cartridge. There is no Switch 2 cartridge. Wow. So yeah, that's the last thing they did was 2023 was the last physical release, the disc release. Well, disc and cartridge, because they put out for the Nintendo Switch. They put a version out for that on disc, or on, not on disc, on cartridge. Yeah, so that makes me think maybe not. Maybe we only see a digital version. No actual physical disc. That's the thing, though. It makes me sad. Because if I'm on Xbox, I can pop in my original No Man's Sky Next disc from 2018, and I can play that version without updating it. Same thing for PlayStation. You get a PS4 discs, and you can just pop that baby in, and you can play original No Man's Sky without having to update or anything. So I hope they put out a physical disc for Light No Fire. That would be awesome. And I mean, granted, the Switch 2 doesn't deserve like its own version on its own. It would be probably a waste because I don't know how many sales. They don't put out like public information about how many sales they had on each platform. Like we don't know how many discs they sold on PlayStation or Xbox. And so I would imagine that Nintendo players are probably not as numerous. And so it might not be worth it to put out a cartridge because it wouldn't be worth the money simply because you'd have to charge more for the physicalness of it anyway. Collector's edition, though? So I don't know. It's a pretty big expense. It is. It is. But I would imagine, like, how hard is it to get like, if I'm an independent indie developer and I wanted to make a physical disc for my game, how much would it cost? So, generic Google, so take it with a grain of salt. It costs between $1 and $3 per copy to make a disc version of a game. So, if you sell a game for $50, you know that $3 of that is going to be just the cost of making the game. So for every disc they print, it's going to cost them $3. And that includes the disc and the plastic cover and the cover art in there. It's going to cost $3. We'll say $3 because they say it can go down to $1 depending on how much. If you mass produce, they probably charge you less because you're producing 1 million, discs or whatever. So the more you make, the cheaper it gets. But if you say it's a small run, let's say you print, 100,000 discs, that is going to be $3 a disc, meaning it's going to cost you $300,000 just to print off 100,000 discs. And that's 100,000. Games can sell 1 million copies. If you're talking 1 million, it's going to cost you $1 million. Oof. So yeah, I would imagine they probably don't make 1 million discs though. 100,000? You're still talking 300,000. Yeah, so I don't know. And this is why you want people to pre-order. So if they make Light No Fire, if they announce Light No Fire, they can announce pre-orders. When you pre-order a game, you're paying up front for it. And so that'll give them time. And they say, oh, okay, if we put up pre-orders and we see how many people want it, if we get 100,000 people to pay up front $50 a piece, that will be enough to cover physical production. So maybe that's a reason why to pre-order. If it's physical for a small company. For Microsoft and PlayStation, they probably don't care. They probably bake that into their actual development for a game. Like Gears of War or, for God of War Lo-Fi. They probably already know, we're going to make 1 million discs, so we're going to put $1 million just in physical production. Not PlayStation, but you know what I mean. PlayStation doesn't want to do that. But yeah, ouch. So yeah, if you're an indie developer, that's going to be a good chunk. 300,000. If you make 100,000 discs, it's going to cost you around $300,000 just to print them off. And then you hope you want to sell that 100,000. And again, if you do pre-orders, then that's way more safe because then this person actually they already paid us for the game, so we know they're going to buy it. It's there. You always have a chance of a refund on a pre-order, don't get me wrong. But if someone's excited enough to pre-order it, more than likely they are going to get it. And they're not going to refund it. Or cancel pre-order, I should say. Cancel it. Sony already spelled out the future direction all digital going forward. I don't think so. I think Sony wants to go all digital because that's more control for them, baby. If you don't have a physical copy, they can charge whatever they want because you have to buy it through their store. They can cancel a game and delete it out of your library because they don't want you. They can give you a COM cord and just say, nope, sorry. That game is no longer in your library and you can't do anything about it because you don't have a physical disc. They want that control. So I think they want it, absolutely. They're going to do everything in their power to make it happen. However, I have a feeling that physical is not going away simply because there's a lot of people who are going to be like, nah, I'm good. I just won't get that game. If I can't have a physical disc and I just don't want it, I'll just keep playing my old game. That's fine. I wonder how many discs Star Citizen would be. It'll start out at 10 discs for Star Citizen. And then they'll have to ship you the extra Fixing the Bugs disc after they ship in 2055. And then they will have a yearly disc you have to add in to upgrade or update everything. You have to also remember that not many people buy physical anymore. I think that number is skewed. So, from what I've seen, companies, they want to go digital because it's cheaper for them. They don't have to print discs. But also, they control it from start to finish. So, if you have a physical disc, you could just take that disc wherever you want and play the game wherever you want. If you have to download a game, you're downloading a license to your profile, you have to log in for that, meaning they can at any time say, you know what, Jason, we didn't like you. You suck. You talked bad about Netflix, and so we're going to revoke your license for that game. And you can't play that game anymore. If I have a disc, it's going to be like, go pound sand. I got a disc, buddy. You're not going to show up physically and take out my disc, are you? No, you're not. Digital game, you can. And so that's why they want it, because they can control all that kind of stuff. They control pricing. Sorry, you can only buy digital games, and oh man, it's so weird. There's only a PlayStation Store on your PlayStation. You can't go to Steam and download that game on your PlayStation. You can't go to Epic Store and download that game on PlayStation. You only have one store. And so we can charge whatever the hell we want. $500 for a game? Sorry. If you want this PlayStation exclusive, it's going to cost $500. Cry me a river. They can control whatever they want. Whereas if it's a physical disc, I can buy it for $500, and if I hate it or I think that game sucks, I can sell it to you for $250 or $100 or $50, $20. I can choose whatever I want with that physical disc. That's what they don't want. And so they, as a company, are doing everything in their power to make sure. Like when they say, oh, Resident Evil didn't sell that many physical disc copies. It's like, well, how many physical disc copies did you make? Oh, don't talk about that. If I only make 2 copies physically, and I say, man, physical sales are terrible. We only sold 2 copies physically. It sounds like, oh man, only 2 people wanted it on a physical disc? No. It's, I only made 2 copies on physical disc. If I don't make enough supply for the demand, I can make it sound like whatever I want. It's just like the Steam machine. It sells out immediately. Everyone thinks, oh, it's super popular. If they only had 10,000 Steam machines, it's going to sell out immediately. They only sold 10,000 machines? Okay, it sounds great until you dig into the numbers. You know, if they only produce 100,000 discs and they say, wow, we only sold 100,000 physical discs for our game because you only made 100,000. You sold every single one of them. It's not like you had leftover discs in the back. I can understand if the shelves are stacked full of these discs and you can't get rid of them. That's one thing. But if you only make 100,000 and you're like, man, I can't believe it. We only sold 100,000. Well, guess what? You only made 100. That's why. If you made 200, they would have sold. If you made 500, they would have sold. If you made 10 million, they probably would have sold. But you chose not to because you want to skew the numbers. You want to be able to go to everyone and say, well, look, more than half of our sales are on digital only. I mean, come on. It's not the... Don't worry about it. It's not like we didn't print off enough discs and everyone couldn't find it physically. That's where they get you. Only Miss Nikki, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate that over on Twitch. Very awesome. But yeah, so that's where when you start seeing those numbers, and I think notoriously, or I guess famously, whatever you want to call it, Capcom, when they put their physical versus digital numbers out, they specifically said Nintendo cartridge, the virtual cartridge, is counted as a digital-only copy. I went to a store. I bought a physical version of the disc, but because the game wasn't on the cartridge, I still have a cartridge. I still have to put it into my Nintendo Switch, but the game isn't on the cartridge. It has to download from the store. They count it as a downloadable game. That's when you start seeing, oh, now they're just fudging the numbers. I mean, come on now. As someone went through the trouble of, I don't want to download it from the Nintendo store. I'm going to go to Walmart and I'm going to buy the cartridge. And even then, they buy the cartridge and it's still not counted as a physical thing because Capcom they don't want physical. If they can stop producing cartridges, that would save them a lot of money. And again, they can control the sales price. They control everything on a digital game. Magically, your library. Sorry, we ran out of the license for that game, so we have to remove it from your library now. They can do that on a digital game. They can't do that on a physical game. They can't remove it from your library when the physical, thing is in your possession. So yeah, I don't know. Boom, boom, boom. No graves around. If I buy a game and they revoke my access, they would get sued. Yeah, but sorry. In that TOS that you clicked accept to, it said, hey, we control everything and you can't do a damn thing about it. They love it. They love doing all of that. TOS will just say, hey, look, you agree to these terms of service. You agree that at any time we just don't like you, or we don't like the game, or we just think it costs too much to keep this game online, we can just take it off whenever we feel like it. You agreed to that, so sorry. Why am I in this mess? Says, I think the digital is both good and bad for the industry, if y'all don't mind my 2 cents. Absolutely. Everyone has an opinion, and everyone should have their opinion heard. Absolutely. And I agree with you. I love the option of digital. I think it should be an option. But when it becomes mandatory is a problem, I think. At least for me. It should be an option, not mandatory. So if they want to incentivize it and say, hey, look, you're getting a digital version. However, once you pay full price for this digital version, it is yours. You can download it onto a disc and you can print it off and you can do whatever you want with it. Absolutely. Let me make a physical copy of my game. That's not how it works. You're not buying a digital game. You're buying a digital license. And that license can be revoked at any time. If I'm buying a digital license, that thing should be $10. Because at any time you can revoke it. If you don't like me, or you don't like what's going on, or it just costs too much to keep that game afloat, you can revoke it and deny it and remove it at any time, then it should be way cheaper. Because then that would incentivize them to produce a disc, wouldn't it? They could charge $50 for a disc, but only $10 for a digital license. Magically, I have a feeling physical will come back with a freaking hurricane. Oh my God, physical's back, baby. But no, they want their cake and they want to eat it too. They want to charge you full price for a license versus full price for a game. That's what they want. It also lowers the game company's cost and cuts the middleman out so they have control of what goes out. True, but if it's lowering their cost, why isn't the consumer paying less and not more? I would love it. We don't need to get 100% of the cost-cutting measure. But if they're saving $1 million on a game, make a game $10 cheaper. If it's a license and not even the physical game, cut it in half. Physical game costs $50, charge me $25 for the digital license. Really, honestly, make it worth what I'm paying. If I'm paying for a license that can be revoked at any time, can be removed from my library at any time, if I break a TOS, if I say a bad word that they don't like online in a multiplayer setting and they can remove it from my library, maybe I should pay cheaper for that. And that would be the excuse of, hey, look, if you want a physical game, you want the actual game, buy physical and you own the game. It's yours forever. We can't do anything about it. However, if you want the license, you just want a license, you want to get in the game cheap, it's half the price. But the downside is we can remove it at any time. We are not required to keep the servers online for this version because it's a digital only license, that kind of thing. I was like, all right, you know what? It's the cheaper version. I'm getting in for half the price or less. Sure. They don't want to do that, though. Oh, hell no. No, 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 no. We need to make all the money, though. Revoking a game for Game Rewards would kill the Call of Duty lobby. Absolutely. I know, dude, if you go back to 2008 Call of Duty and you just compared it to now, like the last time I played Call of Duty, like a serious, like actually played the game, like multiplayer wise, I think out of the like 30 people or 24 people, or however many people were in the lobby, 2 people had a microphone. Everyone else just dead silent. Nobody's talking. Number 1, because no one cares. But number 2, I am sure, dead sure, that nobody wants to get their game, you know, their license revoked and the game removed from the library because they were playing all night long and at 2 o'clock in the morning they were drunk and they said a bad word. They're like, nope, I'll just take my microphone out. I'm yelling the words, it's just nobody can hear me because my microphone's not turned off. I have a really strong suspicion that's what it is. And so you basically killed any kind of chatting at all because everyone's afraid of, oh, I'm going to say a bad word. Or I'm going to say something that someone's going to take unkindly. And so I just won't chat at all. That's fine. The market for the games industry almost as sad as what happened to my industry in automotive. These corporations coming over the top are biting the hands that feed them, and they cry to the government. Oh, dude, yeah. Dude, Drew, oh, yes. We're in that moment. So, in my opinion, you have 2 kind of eras of stuff, and they go back and forth. You have brand growth and brand extraction. During brand growth, you're trying to get everyone to love you. And so you are paying extra, you are giving more than you're getting, that kind of thing. You're making games cheap, that kind of stuff. Like brand growth, for me, the epitome would be the Xbox 360. During the Xbox 360, Microsoft was out there cutting deals with anybody. They were getting Gears of War, that kind of thing. But they had the red ring of death. They had a production fault in the console itself that would melt the console, like in the innards, and it would kill your console. Any other corporation would say, okay, you're out of warranty, sorry, good luck to you. We won't pay for that. They're not going to take the hit on that. They were in the brand growth period, and so Xbox is like, doesn't matter. You send us your Xbox 360 that has a red ring of death, we will send you a brand new one. No questions asked. We will do that forever. They were replacing consoles like crazy. They were burning money, basically trying to grow the brand, getting favor, and everyone loved them for it. Everyone remembers kindly the 360 era, even though everyone's console was melting down. Like, you would play that thing for 2 or 3 months, and then it would get the red ring of death. You have to send it in, but don't worry, Microsoft will send you a new 360. It's okay. That was constant. That was brand growth. And then they do the brand extraction of everyone loves us right now, so we're allowed to get away with some of the stupid things. Like, we're allowed to put our console as always online for the Xbox One. We're allowed to do these stupid things that are going to cost you more money. We're allowed to raise the price of games because you love us so much, right? We got all your favor. We grew our brand and you love us. And then you do that for a little while and people give you a little bit of leeway. They're like, okay, I hate Xbox. They're stupid, but I have my library there and I really did like my 360, so I'll suffer a little bit. And then you hit a point where everyone's like, okay, we suffered enough. I don't want to do this anymore. We're done. And you have to go back into the brand growth of, oh, okay, we'll make an Xbox Series X version. And we're going to get a whole bunch of guys. And we're going to buy up Activision. We're going to buy up Bethesda. We're going to get everyone making games for you guys because we love you. We love gamers. And so you just go back and forth, back and forth. Brand grow, brand extract. Brand grow, brand extract. And so PlayStation thinks they're in the brand extract. And I think they've gone too far. Same thing for Xbox. I think they're in the extract phase, and they're not actually, they didn't earn the extract phase. they're still technically in brand growth. Maybe Asha and Xbox are starting to realize, we went too far. We need to go back into the growth phase because people are pissed. PlayStation doesn't give a They're in the brand extract. They're like, nope, everyone loves PlayStation. You guys are all going to pay us extra, right? We don't give a damn. We're getting rid of your discs too because we need to make more money. And you guys will give us the leeway because you love us so much. And I don't think that's going to work. It didn't work for the Xbox One. They came out, Don Matrix said, oh, we're going to do always online, DRM. You're going to have to buy all the stuff, and you're going to pay us extra because you love Xbox. And everyone said, not that much, we don't. No, we don't. And so they had to walk that back. And PlayStation optimized. They got in on that. Now PlayStation thinks they can extract, and I don't know about that. We'll see. I don't think so, though. And I don't think it's going to be a quick change. I think that they're going to be stubborn, and they're going to stand as hard as they can for as long as they can. So I think the PlayStation 6 is going to launch with no disc drive whatsoever. Magically, a year later, though, they're going to have a disc add-on. Don't you worry. We're gonna give you a poison and sell you the antidote. So we're going to sell a PlayStation 6 that has no disc drive whatsoever. And then a year later, we're going to have a USB plug-in disc drive. If you really love physical discs, don't you worry. It's only going to cost you $300 extra to buy that disc drive. And then maybe they get beat up enough to where they say, you know what? Actually, you know what? It's included. Fine, whatever. Disc drive, the separate disc drive is included in the console. Damn it. Anyway, that's just me. Me ranting my old man rant. But you can you see the pattern of the up and down. The up and down. PlayStation 1, brand growing. We need everyone to love us, so we're going to do everything we can to make everyone love us. PlayStation 2, we're kind of there. We still want people to love us, but we have a little bit of leeway now. PlayStation 3, middle fingers all around. Screw you guys. We are the king. You will bow to us. It went down the toilet. And then they said, oh, crap, PlayStation 3 sucked. We're in the brand growth again. So PlayStation 4, we're going to be better about it. PlayStation 4 goes through. It's the brand growth. And now they think they're kings again. Oh, PlayStation 5 is the best thing ever. Everyone loves us. Now we can start screwing people over again. We're going to do the extract. I don't know. Anyway. So yeah, that's why I'm of two minds about exclusivity, because you guys know I play on PC. I think every game should be everywhere. Like, you should, if your game is good, put it out on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC, and Nintendo Switch, and whatever else. Put it everywhere and let people play it. However, if you're trying to sell a console, it doesn't really work that way. Doesn't really work that way, because if I can get your game on PlayStation and I can get it on Xbox, I'll back go PlayStation because it's cheaper. Or in the case of this Xbox tried to extend the olive branch, and they said, hey, look, we're going to put our games on PlayStation because we think it should be everywhere. Games should be everywhere. We won't do exclusives. PlayStation slapped that hand and said, screw you. We're going to screw you so hard now, because now we have Xbox games and PlayStation games, but we're not going to put our games over there. Screw you. And so when you're the only one doing it, if you're in a fist fight and the other guy pulls out a knife, you got to pull out a knife. You can't be the guy who's like, oh, nope, sorry, I'm not going to fight you because you pulled out a knife. He's just going to stab you. He's just going to stab you and he's going to win. And that's what happened to Xbox. Xbox said, oh, here you go. We're gonna not do exclusives anymore because we think it's better for the industry. And PlayStation slapped them and said, nope, you're a dumb sucker. We're gonna take advantage of that. Think we're gonna put God of War on an Xbox? Screw you. Not gonna happen, buddy. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. It's like, I would love it. In an ideal world, I would be able to play God of War on any platform. Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, just like I could play Halo on Nintendo Switch, Xbox, or PlayStation, or PC, or whatever. But we don't live in the ideal world. And if everyone agreed to it, that would work. If Xbox is the only one doing it, they're the only one getting screwed. If it was just the same way, if PlayStation was the only one putting their games on Xbox, and Xbox said, screw you, we're not doing that, PlayStation would be the suckers in that scenario too. So yeah. I agree with trying it. You know, there has to be one person who has to reach across and say, hey, look, we're going to be the good guys here. We will do the first step. We will put Halo on PlayStation. Never thought that would happen. Well, Halo Master Chief is on PlayStation. We're reaching across with the olive branch. PlayStation did not. And so now it's like, hey, you know what? We tried. We were going to do it. Xbox is like, hey, we tried to do it. We put Forza. We put Master Chief. We put freaking Fable. Some of our biggest IPs that were only on Xbox, we put them on PlayStation kind of to stretch across the olive branch and get that going. But nope, nobody else wants to, so screw you guys. We're going back to exclusives. If that's how you want to do it, that's fine. And I get it. So yeah. Mario on PlayStation. I don't think Nintendo, at this point, I think Nintendo would rather go out of business than put Mario anywhere else. Like, they would rather commit suicide and just put their business in the ground than see Mario show up on a PlayStation or an Xbox. That's what I'm thinking, dude, because they have had any and every opportunity to do that. And they're like, absolutely not. We don't even want to even entertain the question. They will laugh you out of the room. Not doing that. They would rather die. Atla Boy says, I can remember the first time I heard it wasn't even a major game that was on Conan Exiles group was going to breakdown analysis. What? I don't even know. It used to be to crash their mainframe was quite a big deal for them. Oh, okay, you guys that's a whole good for conversation. Sorry. I know I'm rambling and I'm ranting like an old man over here. So I get it. My old man. Oh, man, rant. Oh, my God. Speaking of which, oh, my God, it's almost time for me to quit, too. How we not found? We found a solar ship today. We need one more grave. One more grave. But yeah, so next week, guys, next week is going to be crazy. I know most of you guys, whenever I say this, I know most 80 to 90% of you already know, oh yeah, Gamescom is next week. You guys are excited because you're probably watching multiple different creators. You're paying attention to gaming outlets, so you already know. But in case you don't, Gamescom is next week, and that is a huge gaming conference that is held in Cologne, Germany, every year at the end of August. And so basically a lot of game developers are going to show up and show off their games, almost similar to the summertime for E3. Very similar to that.
Ironclad 60 has just donated $9.99 through Super Chat. I mean, if you think about it, it's smart. They get a wider customer base. You know, you keep your PS, but here play our Microsoft game. Cha-ching. I'm sure profit margins are higher
on games anyway. I think traditionally they were. So the benefit of that, Ironclad, I agree with you, is you get a higher player base. You sell more copies of your game because you have a different audience for it. The downside is, and is what PlayStation mentioned early on, the downside is whenever you sell a game, like if Microsoft sells a game on PlayStation, they have to give PlayStation a 30% cut for the platform. And so PlayStation's getting paid for you making a game, so they're benefiting too. But The other thing is they make the rules on their platform. So if all of a sudden PlayStation says, yeah, you know what? In order to play Master Chief Collection, you know, to play Campaign Evolved, Halo Campaign Evolved, you need a PSN account. Now they're getting 30% from your game, and Halo Master Chief Collection or Campaign Evolved is selling PS Plus accounts. Now you're telling people to sign up for a rival company, and they're benefiting multiple times from your platform that you made. And the better part is, at any time, they could say, you know what? We are limiting all multiplayer to PlayStation-only games. So can't do multiplayer on your multiplayer game. Or if you're going to sell cosmetics, like for instance, you have an online game, Helldivers. The platform gets 30% of microtransactions as well. So you're getting that 70%. But now, Microsoft, I didn't have to do a damn thing, and I'm getting 30% off those Helldivers sales. So I didn't have to do anything. You're paying your competition. And at that point, why do you even make a box? Like, your box is already going to cost you, and the big reason to make a box is you get 100%. You control the box, you get 100% of the sale, and if anyone wants to sell on your box, you get an extra 30% of whatever they're selling. So you're making money hand over fist, potentially. So that's why you want the box. But if you're already making a box, why would you put it anywhere else? Again, you're helping PlayStation, you're helping Xbox, whatever, make their box better. No, I want them to die. I want them to come to me. If I can kill their box, I can make them come over to me and I can get extra money. So that's where the competition comes into place. And that competition, at least to me, is healthy. Because if Microsoft is making a console and PlayStation is making a console, you can make games that are exclusive, that's fine. But also, if PlayStation is cheaper than Xbox, I'll just buy a PlayStation. I don't mind that I'm not getting Halo or Gears of War. I spent $200 less on this console, and now I'm locked in. And so then Microsoft has to lower their price. PlayStation has to lower their price. So that's where the competition comes in. And we benefit from that, not them. I guarantee you, PlayStation and Xbox, they would much rather not compete at all and charge $1,200, $1,500 for their Xbox or their PlayStation. They do it because they know, if we don't charge around the same price as the other guy, they just won't buy our stuff. Yeah. So, and I bring up the I keep calling it Master Chief Collection. I bring up the Halo Campaign Evolved thing because early on, before the game released, PlayStation was going to require a PSN account in order to play the game. Because they want you to pay for, they know, people are going to be paying for this. There was a lot of outrage, and they said, sorry, no, we didn't mean that. That was a mistake. You'd be surprised how many mistakes were actually on purpose. It just turns into a mistake when everyone gets mad about it. They would totally have left that alone if nobody complained. If everyone was okay with it, they would have been like, okay, cool, we'll keep doing that. But because everyone complained and said, this is so stupid, why do I need a PSN account? It's a single-player game. It's not even online. Why do I need that? And they're like, that was totally a typo. We didn't mean to do that. That was totally wrong. That was an accident. Sorry. Accidental. No, it wasn't. Just like it was years ago, Activision accidentally put advertising in the Call of Duty main menu. They were putting commercials and stuff in there. Accidentally. And everyone's like, what the hell is this? This is stupid. And immediately Activision comes out and says, that was a total accident. We didn't mean to do that. It was totally accidental. It wasn't accidental. They wanted to see what the pushback was, because if no one complains, now it's normal. Now we can just do that all the time. So yeah. Everything is accidental if they get enough complaints about it. If they get enough complaints about it. So, yeah. Jason, where is Elder Scrolls 6? Oh, dude, Hayabusa. Don't even get me started on that, dude. Oh, my God. 2035 is my guess. Realistically, honestly, I think that Microsoft, Asha, Xbox, whatever you want to call them, they want Elder Scrolls as a next-generation launch title, if they can possibly get it. I am sure there are talks right now at Bethesda and at Xbox saying, look, Todd, I know you want to take 10 decades to make a game. However, we're in the business of making money, and we need that like on a regular basis. So, you need to focus down, work really hard, because we might not have a job available if Elder Scrolls 6 does not launch with the Xbox Helix. Possibly your job is at risk because if you can't make games, why are we paying you? So let's get this going. So I have no doubt those kind of talks are going on right now because Asha's getting in there and she's probably looking around going, you announced this game when? 2018? Todd, baby. 2018 was almost a decade ago, pal. Let's maybe get that game going. Like, not a charity, not a vacation. Like we were thinking you were working here, pal. Let's start working on it. You know, get this thing done.
Crazy. 14 has just donated $5 through Super Chat.
I don't think it's going to happen.
At this point, they're just self-cannibalization. Sports is also heading down this rabbit hole with their subscriptions on different platforms.
Mm-hmm.
So watch.
Yep, and I mean, that is, like, it makes me angry, but from a business point of view, you see the thinking behind it. It's not smart thinking, but it is thinking of, why would we charge someone once for something? And thank you for the super chat, by the way, Drew. I appreciate that. Why would we charge somebody once for something when we can charge it as a subscription? That's a very scumbag douche way to think about it. But greedy corporation is going to greedy corporation. So, yeah. I think, and especially, they are going to try things that are accidentally pushed out. And when people complain, oh, it was an accident. If people don't complain or people just accept it, that's a feature now, baby. That's going to be normal. And it's all about gently pushing it out. We're not going to totally make everything a subscription immediately, but we can do that one thing as a sub, and then maybe another thing as a sub, and then 5 years from now, all of our things are a sub. We can do that, as long as people don't complain. And it sucks. It sucks. I'm an old man. I would much rather pay one time to have something forever. I would rather pay an extra $10 to get a game disc that I know is mine forever than pay, yeah, you know what? It's half the price for a digital game download, a license download, but we can take it away whenever we want to. I'll take the disc. I'm fine. It's the slow realization I had when I was on Xbox. Because when you're on the Game Pass sub, it sounds great. It is great. You can play a ton of games. The problem is, once you get in there and you're comfortable, you've not bought a game in a year, 2 years, now you're stuck. Because I didn't buy a game for the last couple of years, and if I stop my Game Pass, I have 0 games. I have nothing now. And so I need to keep paying for Game Pass. That's the danger. When everything becomes a sub and you're not buying it, then you don't own it and you don't have it. And you hit that rough month where you're like, dude, I can't afford Game Pass this month, so I'm going to have to skip it. And then you think about it and go, actually, no, I do need to buy it because I didn't buy Starfield. I didn't buy Halo. I have this game on Game Pass. I have that game on Game. I have all my games on Game Pass. Damn it. So if I don't buy Game Pass, I have no games. So what am I going to do? Like, and you get stuck with that. So it's awesome to have. Absolutely. You know, you're in a rough spot. You're like, dude, I don't have enough money. I don't have $100 for Grand Theft Auto. I'll just pay $15 or $21 for Game Pass. I'll get it for Game Pass for a month. 15 is way less than 100. Absolutely. But if it's your long-term solution, it's not a long-term solution. Because, you know, 6 months from now, a year from now, you've already paid for, you know, if you only play Call of Duty or you only play No Man's Sky, for instance. If I'm paying $20 a month for Game Pass, I can play Light No Fire or No Man's Sky or whatever. After 4 months, you've already paid for the game, and now you're paying extra. Ricey says games getting really expensive. By design, Ricey, that's by design. They want you in on those subs. They want you on Ubisoft Connect. They want you on EA Play. They want you on Game Pass. They want you on PSN. And so how do we do that? Well, you can get there's a games library on these services, and it's only $10 a month or $20 a month. Would you rather spend $20 a month or spend $80 on a game? If you only play one game, maybe it's worth it. If you're playing new games all the time, maybe it's worth it. Maybe, like, I don't know. Got to think about it, though. 2 years from now, if you're still playing No Man's Sky and you've been paying $20 a month so you can play No Man's Sky, you probably paid more than it was than the original cost. You know? The subscription model exchange is a big influx of cash in every few years with a steady income. Could be, absolutely, could be. I think the problem that like Game Pass ran into, for instance, Xbox, they thought it was going to be a continually growing thing. I think when they bought Activision during that merger, they were going through trials and kind of revealing stuff to prove that it wasn't going to be a monopoly and all this kind of stuff. It was going to be beneficial for the industry that Microsoft is buying Activision Blizzard. And so during that process, they put out paperwork. They accidentally leaked some paperwork that said they thought that by 2026, I think, they were going to have 70 million people paying for Game Pass. They have 21 million, I think they said. So not even half. Not even half of what they thought. And when you start budgeting, thinking, oh, in 5 years, we're going to have double or triple the amount of subscribers, we'll be able to afford all this stuff. No, you're not. But yeah, I'm more old traditional. I want to just buy my thing and be done with it. Make that thing as cheap as possible. Let me buy it and be done with it. You know, back in my day, games were $50 and you bought the cartridge and it was yours forever. And you can, if you needed to, like a year from now, you can say, hey, look, I bought all these discs, you know, but I don't play Call of Duty 2014 anymore. You go down to GameStop and they will give you a solid $1.50 for that disc, but you got some trade-in value. Ultimately, you can go down to like, you know, your local game store or go to your buddy. Like way back in the day, I had a friend group. We all played on Super Nintendo. I would buy a game and my friend would buy another game, and we would trade games. Like we were only paying for one, but I would play it, I would beat it, and then I would trade it out to him, and he would play it and he would beat it. That's how we did a lot of games way back in the day. My Nintendo 64, same thing. Group of dudes, man. We're all in there like, hey, You're buying GoldenEye, right? If you buy GoldenEye, I'll buy Mario 64. And when you're done with it, we'll just trade. That was how it was. That's what we did. You can't do that anymore. They don't want you doing that. Oh, hell no. Why am I in this mess? As I was debating on whether or not to get over Starfield, but I seen a No Man's Sky playthrough and I got that interest. Dude. So, they are two different games. I like both. I prefer No Man's Sky, but only because No Man's Sky is more focused on the exploration aspect. They are way more about exploring and looking for cool things in the world, finding new starships, finding new animals, building bases, that kind of stuff. Starfield is a whole different beast. Starfield is more about a story-driven narrative with RPG elements. So, depending on what you want, it will scratch that itch for you. So, I think, like, Starfield is a good game. I think it's not the best. I think if you like that Bethesda formula, Oblivion is my favorite. Skyrim is way better. You can even go back to Fallout if you want a gun shooting version of it. Fallout 3 and 4 are better than Starfield, in my opinion. Starfield has some trips and pitfalls in it that I really don't like. The skill tree in Starfield, not a fan of that skill tree. I like the RPG-ness of it. However, they put in things in the tree that I'm like, why? Why is ship building in this skill tree? That should be gated by money, not by skill. And it's not even like early on either. Like, you have to level your character in Starfield a lot before you can really customize your starships. Why? I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. There's things like that where you're like, why does that, no. Doesn't make sense. I'm literally buying, I'm not allowed to buy an item because I don't have the skills. What? Okay. That was just, the skill tree was terrible, at least to me. And then the other thing is the procedural generation of it. Like, the system they used for procedural generation was not fleshed out, was not good in Starfield. So they've been updating it. They've been patching it. It's gotten better. But I still think Skyrim, Oblivion, much better game. Even Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas. You want to go back there. If you can get through the older look of it, because it's dated. It's a game from a certain time. But it plays better, at least for me. As a Bethesda formula kind of game, those are better. But yeah. Gladys says, we love Jason's Rant Fridays. Definitely an extra big rant today. My God, that's a huge tower over there. You see that? Big old towers up there. Look at that. I haven't seen a grave yet. And we can't search for it with a signal booster, so we just have to find it. I need to find an airless world, a lifeless world. That way it just has less stuff in there, so there's not a lot of knowledge stones and pods and everything around. That'll help out. I can see better. We'll find a grave. We'll find one. The real question is, what has 6 squares and is shaped like a cube? It can really cause a traffic jam. I have no idea, Atlas. What the heck? Midnight Rain says to get people to play the game more, because the customization is what 90% of players want, and they'll stop playing if they can access that quickly. At least that's the higher up things anyway. It could be. It could be. But at least for me, and I run into the same thing with No Man's Sky. I know that there are some elements in games that are put in place to wall you off to make you play for longer, because there are certain metrics they need to meet. They want to be able to go to either management higher up or investors or both and say, hey, we have players playing for this long on our game. If you put in walls to prevent progress, to force people to play longer, you can get those metrics higher. And so you look better. Oh, players spent an average of 5 hours in our game or 10 hours in our game. And that looks good. However, there's a certain point where that wall is too high or too much that players just stop. They get their 1 hour in, 2 hours in, they hit the wall, and they see it and say, I can play for another 5 hours to get around this wall. Or I can say, this game, I'll play something else. And that line is kind of fuzzy on some games. There's some games where people are going to be like, nah, the juice is not worth the squeeze. I'm just jumping to another game. I'm not dealing with that. That's garbage. I feel like Starfield is one of those, with the shipbuilding specifically. They put shipbuilding so deep into that tree that it's not a gate anymore. It's a wall that most people are not going to do. They're like, nah, I'll avoid it and I'll do something else. And if there's nothing else to do, I'll avoid it and play something else. Garbage, son of trash. I don't think it's an investor thing. It's more of a basic psychology, time value. Kind of. So we know that. I think. I want to say it was Activision back years ago. Activision specifically. They were holding meetings and like game development conferences, and they specifically pointed out with some games like Diablo that the longer a player played, the more likely they were to spend money on DLC. So they equated hours played with money spent. And that, I think, has ruined the whole industry. Because it wasn't that they equated, oh, the more interesting the game is, the longer they're playing, and the longer they're playing, the more likely they are to spend money. No. They just said, more time means more money. And so now developers, at least some developers, think, well, we need to pad out our game. We need to put in 1,000 collectibles. We need to put in time gates, because if we force people to play for longer, they'll buy more things. They'll spend more money. No, it's not how it works. At least not in my experience. How many hours in No Man's Sky, Jason? This is an unfair example. Let me show you. I have spent 2,736 hours in No Man's Sky, and I have spent $0. It might be because they don't charge for anything, possibly. But I have spent $0 buying cosmetics and DLC in No Man's Sky. Zero. Probably because they don't charge for that. No Man's Sky is one of the rare games that they put out stuff. And that's the other thing that makes me more confused. There are time gates in No Man's Sky. And I'm like, for what purpose? Like, you're not selling DLC. You're not selling stamina. You're not selling microtransactions. Why is there a time gate that prevents me from playing your game? That doesn't make sense to me, other than they want you to come back and play later on. And if that's the case, I think it fails. Like what we saw with the Swarm Expedition. They had a time gate. You can only do 3 missions every 8 hours. There was an 8-hour cooldown. All you're doing is telling someone, don't worry about it. Because I know that for me, I'm not coming back every 8 hours to play a game. I'll just come back when the expedition is quote-unquote finished. I'll just won't play the game for 2, 3, 4 weeks. Instead of playing every single day, coming back and getting my hours in. I'm not doing that. That it had the opposite effect. I'm not coming back to play the game. I'll just skip it. Because it wasn't in service of, well, you have a 5-hour time gate because you don't have enough stamina, or you can spend $1 and buy stamina. That I understand. It's and scummy and douchebaggy, but at least it makes sense in my brain. Like, okay, you're a terrible company and I hate you, but there is a reason for that. You are purposely gating me on this game because you want me to spend more money. That is a scummy tactic and I hate it. With No Man's Sky, they're gating you for the love of the game.
At Mindless
They just
Focus
want you to
super
be
chatted
gated.
$4.99.
Focus.
I really hope LNF has a chase mechanic. I want to look for that perfect weapon or mount a la old school NMS. Ship and gun hunting was always fun.
Maybe. So, I don't know. Like, it feels like they've gone the opposite. And thank you for the super chat, by the way, Focus. I appreciate that. 07. But in recent years, it feels like they've gone the opposite way. Like, you can get a starship, and it says authenticated ship right there. However, you can just build one, and you can make it look however you want. You can build a Corvette. You can build a fighter, whatever. And so they've kind of gone the opposite way of, yeah, you could find a cool special one, or you can build one. It doesn't really matter. Like, you can make your own custom one. So I don't know. Like, I have a feeling there's going to be a similar kind of mechanic in Light No Fire. We don't know. We have no idea. But the pattern of what they've been doing in this game, if it's any indication of what they're doing for Light No Fire, I would imagine, no, they'll have, you can get a unique item, a multi-tool, whatever, but you can also just build your own. It's fine. Designation Lakotas says Hello Games are a sweet spot of game studio. Not too big of a team, so the money they make now is lasts longer, which is amazing. Dude, we talked about this, I think, a couple weeks ago. I think that the gaming industry is in for a rude awakening about how Hello Games is maybe not the ideal studio, but they're a very close blueprint to what you want to do. You don't want to have a studio that has 500, 1,000 employees, because more employees doesn't mean more, production or better. It just means more people to pay. And so there's a lot of studios. We looked at, I think Ubisoft had 18,000 employees. Do you need 18,000 employees to put out Black Flag Resynced? Probably not. You might need more than 100. But there's a little bit of a gap between 18,000 and 100. There's a gray area in the middle that you might want to be at. I would argue closer to the 100 mark. Just maybe. And so there's a lot of studios like that who are just very inflated. And it's not because they're bad. There's amazing people out there working. But do you need 18,000 employees? Probably not. Probably not. And I think a lot of these companies are kind of looking at that going, yeah, we kind of screwed up there. And it's not your fault. These developers, they're talented developers that are doing good work. It's just, do you need that many of them? No. Garbage Son of Trash says they got a guy to make the coffee and another guy to pour the coffee and another guy to deliver the coffee. It feels like that sometimes. It feels like, well, when Asha released her big statement, I think in June or July, when they announced that Xbox was laying off 1,600 people, when she mentioned that some parts of Xbox had 14 layers of management, that is literally, we have a manager that makes the coffee. We have a manager that pours the coffee. We have a manager that picks up the cup.
14 has just
It's
donated
like,
$5 through Super Chat.
Drew?
I predict that LNF is releasing by October, my prediction.
By October? That's really quick. That's really quick. So if they do only digital, that might be the solution, Drew. And thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So I don't know if they do October. I think if it was Jason, if this is me, if I was Sean Murray, what I would do is I would go to Gamescom next week on Tuesday. I would get up on stage. I would do whatever I could to get up on stage with Jeff Keighley. And I would announce Light No Fire is coming this year, digital only. We have a A physical release slated for 2027. Digital only release in November. I would release alongside Grand Theft Auto. Because you have to compete against Grand Theft Auto, but you're the only one competing against Grand Theft Auto. No one else even wants to touch it. Digital release on PC. Your PC sales are going to go through the roof because Grand Theft Auto is not on PC. And you have the extra oomph of it's coming out in November, digital only. However, springtime 2027, we'll say March 2027, we will have a physical release. You can go get your collector's edition, your disc-based edition. So you have a quote-unquote second release when it's normal again. You say, hey, it's out right now, but if you want that physical disc, it's coming out in March 2027 or whatever. And you can pre-order it now, blah, 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 whatever. You get a collector's edition, whatever. It'll come out then. That's what you do. That's what I would do. I don't think that's going to happen. If they do digital only, they can release whenever they want. If they have a physical disc and we don't know what their plan is. They could have a physical release ready to go. If that is the case, they want to get pre-orders in. I'm willing to bet they're going to say, hey, look, games comes out March 2027, whatever, and you can pre-order it now. If it's digital only, like if they say, hey, look, it's only a download game, we're not printing off any discs or anything like that, okay. You can release it in October, November, December, whenever you want. You can release it next week if you want. Sean Murray can get up on stage at Gamescom and say, hey, Light No Fire is out right now. He could. I don't think that's going to happen, but he could if it's digital only. Cosmo Tenacious says, I don't expect Light No Fire even release this year, much less October. I could see it releasing this year if it's digital only, but again, we don't know. If they have physical editions, like a collector's edition or whatever, I don't think it releases this year. I think they might announce pre-orders. They might announce a release date this year, but it's not going to be this year. If there's a collector's edition or anything like that, they probably want a run-up for marketing, for pre-orders, all that kind of stuff, which means probably 6 months. So you're talking spring 2027 if they were doing that. Again, we're all speculating. No idea. No idea what they're going to do. But if they follow a traditional model of game release, it'll be announcement for pre-orders and a release date, with that release date being early 27, maybe late. Maybe they release it a year from now. Maybe they say, hey, it's coming out in fall of 27, and we're announcing it now with a trailer, whatever. I don't know. But yeah. If it was me, though, do it. Pull the big move. The big, and just say, nope, we don't care. Grand Theft Auto, I don't even know what that is. We're releasing our game in November. November 19th. That sounds like a good day. We're releasing Light No Fire November 19th. There's this other stupid game. I don't know what it's called. Grand Theft something. I don't know. We don't care about that stupid game. We have a better game. It's called Light No Fire. That's what I would do. But that's probably why I'm not a businessman. Oh. Steal no cars. It should. You know what? That would be. It's Light No Fire, and you can pre-order the deluxe edition called Steal No Cars. It has a car DLC in it. You can get a vehicle in Light No Fire if you pre-order it now. Coming out November 19th. Oh, that would be too funny. But yeah, realistically, I don't think we see Light No Fire this year. Maybe we do, but realistically, I don't foresee that happening. I could see them releasing it in the spring. Maybe we get a good spring release date. And again, they're probably going to do pre-orders. They want to get people excited. They want to market it. They want people to know about it. And so you wouldn't want to release it in November, right next to the biggest game release probably of the decade or more. It's going to be a worldwide event, November 19th. I think Grand Theft Auto is November 19th, right? I think that's the date. Let me see. GTA release date. I think it's still November 19th. It is, yep, November 19th. That is when GTA 6 comes out. So yeah, you don't want to release your game around that time, honestly, because even if Grand Theft Auto can be the biggest, best game ever, life-changing game, it could be the worst game, utter trash, mind's eye level. Doesn't matter because it will be the only thing people talk about for the entire month. It's either going to be GTA is amazing, mind-blowing, the best game ever made entire month. Or, I can't believe Rockstar would release this garbage, unfinished game. It is terrible. It is the worst game ever made. You will get an uncurable disease if you play it. And they will still talk about that for a month. So either way, the entire month of November is Grand Theft Auto month, no matter how it goes. So you're not winning either way. Designation Locotus says, what if they release Within Cosmos? Where you have a mission in line where you activate the light no fire simulation. First player that does that activates the game. Okay. All right here. Oh God, who was the developer on Fable? That gave me some Lionhead Fable ass energy. I love it. I want it to happen. Oh God, it was Peter Molyneux. Was it Peter Molyneux? I think it was Peter Molyneux. He was the one. What game did he have? Peter Molyneux came up. He came up with a game. It was a puzzle game that the first person to finish the puzzle would like become part owner of the game, and they would get proceeds, and they would become the god of the game. What was that game? What was that game? What was that game? It was a ridiculous sounding game. It was oh God, I'm gonna have to do some weird game. Curiosity. What is inside the cube? That's what it was called. Curiosity. So if you want to go down a rabbit hole, Peter Molyneux, guys, go look up Peter Molyneux and everything he did. He's an amazing, very creative person, but he has a little bit of an imagination, let's say. He likes to extend the truth and really have ambitious ideas. I love Peter Molyneux. I love Fable. The original Fable games are some of my favorite games of all time. Peter Molyneux was a very creative man. He is. I think he's still around, right? He just made another game, Albion, right? He made another game. He's a very, very creative, very, very visionary man. His grasp might be a little too wide, but he really does have really, really high aspirations, we'll say. Really, really has high aspirations. Is that a frickin'... That's a storm. Marlo says, Jason, No Man's Sky tips for finding graves? I know about the station travelers. I think one of the exocrafts can scan for them. One of the exocrafts can scan for them? As far as I know, the exocraft cannot scan for a grave. I'm trying to think. Do the exocrafts scan for graves? I don't think they do. I know we can get an exocraft to scan for a monolith. They will scan for crashes, like crash ships, distress signals. As far as I know, a exocraft does not scan for a grave. I could be wrong on that. They might have added that, but as far as I know, I'm not aware of any of them that do that. But yeah, talking to travelers, absolutely. But the thing we're doing a fugitive run. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're doing a fugitive run that I almost died on. And so we cannot talk to normal aliens. We can't go to the space station. We can't go to the space anomaly. We can't go to trading outposts because we're we're a fugitive on the run and they would turn us in. So we're trying to find graves in a more difficult manner. Can you? The Colossus can? Are you sure about that? Can it? You know, I'm going to have to try that now. I'm going to have to try that now. All right, let's do this. I'm going to save. We're going to find out real fast. If the Colossus can, that's crazy. I don't remember any vehicle doing that. We're going to go to my main save. So we're not on the Fugitive Run now. We're not on the Fugitive Run. I'm on my main save. We're doing a test. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. Oh my God, I'm half hour late. Holy crap. Okay, this is the final thing because I should have been out of here a half hour ago. My wife is going to kill me. All right. Let's see. We're going to load into my main save. I have a rover. We can do this. I have a Colossus. We can do this. Let's see. Of course, I don't have a thing down. Okay. Wait a minute. Do I have a, I think I have my... Really? All right, well, we're building a summoning station now, obviously. A geobay. All right, here's my Colossus. I have all the antennas. I have all the antennas installed. Trading outpost depot, drop pod, abandoned structure, a ruin, an alien structure, a waste processing plant, a waste heap, and a swarm wreckage. No graves in there as far as I know. So the Colossus is not it. You guys are killing me. Guys are killing me. I knew it! I knew it! But you guys said it so convincingly, I believed you. I believed you. Oh, I knew it was not true, but you guys, you said it like loud enough to where I thought, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys are messing with me. I knew it. I knew it. All right. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. It has been a blast. It was a little bit more of an angry, ranty, like old man rant at the end of it, but not too angry. Just more about how I'm an old man and I'm gonna... Me and my copy of Fable 1 are gonna hide here. My disc are gonna hide here. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. My platinum hit version on the original Xbox of Fable 1. I'm gonna keep it forever. Me and my old man Fable disc are gonna grumble about the death of physical games. But we need to raid somebody. I will be back on Monday with Heather Silvermist and A-Train on Conan Exiles. Over the weekend, we'll be looking for an emoji from Sean Murray. So if something happens, I will be posting a video about it. But we don't know. Until it happens, we won't know. So we'll just be on the lookout for it. Who are we going to... You know what? We're going to raid A-Train. A-Train is playing some Satisfactory. So let's go raid A-Train on his channel on Twitch. Over on YouTube. Who are we going to raid on YouTube? Who are we going to raid on YouTube? We're going to raid... You know what? Let's raid KJ. KJ is playing No Man's Sky right now. It makes sense to go raid her. Her and Lava are playing No Man's Sky right now. Digital only is what people voted for. Wow. I'm hoping for a disc, but yeah, the last disc we saw was in 2023 for No Man's Sky, so it would make sense for digital only. Ginny says you are not that old unless you used to play in arcades and pinball games. Dude, Ginny, I was born before cars existed. But blow your mind. I was born before cars existed. Just think about that for a second. Older than 100 years old. Anyway, thank you guys so very much for hanging out. It's been a blast. I'm going to go have dinner with my wife. She's probably mad because I'm a half hour late. she's kind of getting used to it. I don't think that's a good idea. Eventually, I'll just come to stream one day and I'll have a knife in my chest or something. Anyway, thank you so much. I will be back on Monday with Heather Silvermist and A-Train. And if there's anything over the weekend, I will be making videos on it. If we see an emoji from Sean Murray, I will be making a video getting ready for the update next week. Next week is going to be busy. We're going to be doing Gamescom on Tuesday. We'll be probably talking about Grand Theft Auto. I won't be able to show anything because Lord knows I don't need Rockstar showing up at my door to kill me. Anyway, thank you guys so very much. And I will see you guys next time.